Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Costa Tuika.
Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen.
Two petitions have been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Bianca Atlas requesting that the House pass legislation prohibiting the import and sale of foie gras. Petition of Bob Robertson requesting the House require licensed premises to display drink prices, serving sizes and alcohol content.
Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. Minister, point of order, Debbie Nauru-Wapaka.
Mr Speaker, I'd like to lodge a complaint seeking referral of a matter to the Privileges Committee on the 3rd of June. Could you update the House on when you expect to respond to that lodged complaint?
In due course. 13 papers have been delivered to the clerk.
Government response to the petition of Malkiat Singh. Report of the Representation Commission 2025 on the New Zealand Electorate Boundary Review. Health New Zealand, New Zealand Health Plan 2024 to 27. Statements of intent for 2025 to 29 for the Electoral Commission and the Criminal Cases Review Commission. Statements of corporate intent for 2025 to 28 for Landcorp Farming and Airways Corporation. Statements of corporate expectations for 2025-26 for Crown Regional Holdings Limited, the Electoral Commission, the Independent Police Conduct Authority, the Privacy Commissioner, the Law Commission and the Criminal Cases Review Commission.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. 7 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Environment Committee on the petition of Kevin Moran.
which highlights the dangers of excessive government spending. The report explores the role of fiscal policy in economic shocks and crises, including the way government finances were used during and after COVID-19. The COVID-19 response cost New Zealanders $66 billion, or 20.4% of GDP. By way of comparison, this is twice the cost of the Canterbury earthquakes as a proportion of GDP, which cost around $23 billion.
Supplementary. How did the COVID-19 response impact Crown debt?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, non-urgent COVID spending, including spending on measures that were not tied to COVID, was a key driver of structural deficits in the years after 2021. COVID-19 spending sent net core Crown debt on an aggressive upwards path. From financial year 2015 to 19, net core Crown debt was relatively flat, but from 2019 to 23, net core Crown debt increased by 169% to over $155 billion. Treasury notes in the Long-Term Fiscal Insights report, as the economy recovered in the second half of 2020 and into 2021, it advised shifting towards more targeted support and recommended against further stimulus from budget 2022 onwards. However, only 30% of funding allocated to the COVID-19 response was spent in the 2019-20 year. In fact, 36%, roughly a third, occurred after June 2021, including when inflation hit 7.3%.
And so this will be
supplementary. How did New Zealand...
concise question with a concise answer.
Supplementary. How did New Zealand's fiscal response to COVID-19 compare with those of other developed countries?
Well, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, Treasury report finds that the overall scale of our discretionary fiscal response was one of the largest amongst advanced economies. The report does not suggest that spending when crises or shocks occurs is bad. It does, however, make the point that we should interrogate the scale and the quality of the spending. There were numerous programs and initiatives not tied to the shock that had a lagged impact on the economy and proved difficult to unwind later. For example, increases to benefits, Jobs for Nature program, and so-called shovel-ready projects, some of which are only starting now. It's a very, very diplomatic way of saying we are still paying the price for a big spending approach that diverted wildly from a pandemic response.
Cameron Brewer.
Supplementary. What are the key insights and lessons from the report?
On behalf of the Minister of Finance, the lesson from the mishandling of the COVID response is that while there are times when governments have to increase spending in response to major events...
Just a minute, sorry, a point of order, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, sir. We have not raised the point of order up to now because everything has been absolutely compliant with what's required in Speaker's rulings and standing orders. But as soon as a minister starts to, well, basically asked to provide his opinion on what the lessons are, we're straying into the exact territory which you have warned the government not to do. And the minister's description of the COVID response in that answer is in breach of what you've guided him not to do.
Well, can I just say that I didn't quite hear that part because there was somebody waving their arms up in the broadcasting box and I thought there was some sort of a thing going on that we should be aware of, but apparently not. Minister, you've just heard the concerns. They are concerns that I've outlined before. Please keep your answer within the bounds of that previous ruling.
On behalf of the Minister of Finance, the lesson I take from the COVID response is that there are times when governments have to increase spending in response to major events, but it is really important that the fiscal guardrails are restored as soon as possible. It's easy to turn the money tap on, but harder to turn it off. It is imperative, I believe, Mr. Speaker, we return to surplus and get debt down as soon as possible after an event, because the reality is New Zealanders will face other emergencies and we need to start saving for them.
The Honourable David Seymour.
In what ways and how do New Zealanders pay for a fiscal blowout of the type he's described?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'd refer the member to the pre-election economic and fiscal update 2023, issued just before the change of government in 2023, which indicated increased debt, increased unemployment coming into the future, and inflation and a very difficult economic environment that would persist for the next few years. That is precisely what has transpired. Fortunately, it's literally your own report. The fiscal settings left by that member. It's her own pre-election economic and fiscal update, for which she now seems to bear no responsibility for whatsoever. Actually, unemployment is now lower than was forecast in the pre-fu in December 2023.
Question number 3, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
Yes.
Supplementary question.
I've got to ask this question again. How do we carry on from this point? Where a question that says, do you stand by all the government statements and actions? The answer is yes. What more can there be?
Well, he might be wrong. I was asking a supplementary.
Yeah, I know, but what supplementaries can you have to that?
Well, if you hold your breath, you'll find out.
Well, we'll give it a go, but we've got 4 questions today, that primary questions that ask the same thing.
Why does he stand by Nicola Willis's statement that people who have lost their jobs, quote, shouldn't take it personally?
Yeah, it was very skillful. Well done. Sorry.
Mr Speaker, as that member knows, if you looked at the Finance Minister's comments in full, the reality is that the previous government spent $66 billion and made the cost of living crisis worse for low and middle income working New Zealanders. That is the legacy of the government that he led, and that's the context of the comment that she made.
Supplementary question. So why doesn't he think people who have lost their jobs should take it personally?
I think people who have lost their jobs are an incredibly sad thing. And the reason it's happened is because of his administration, because he actually didn't run the economy well. And when you don't run the economy well, you end up causing pain and suffering for low and middle income New Zealanders, and that's exactly what he did.
Supplementary question. Does he accept that for people losing their jobs, it's one of the most life-changing things that can happen to them, and that as Minister of Finance accusing those concerned about job losses of, quote, glass half empty thinking, end quote, just rubs salt into the wound?
I fully agree. Losing a job is incredibly causes a lot of distraughtness for lots of people across who lose their jobs. It's incredibly sad. It's a terrible tragedy, and I wish that member would take some responsibility for causing it.
Supplementary question. Does he still believe the economy is, quote, turning a corner, end quote, when every day 76 New Zealanders lose their jobs and 340 Kiwis give up and leave the country because his government is making things worse, not better?
Well, I'll just say to the member that the context for the situation that we're managing with the economy is it is tough times for New Zealand. It's been a very difficult time. We've had the biggest recession we've had since the early 1990s. We've had a post-COVID hangover, as you've just heard from the Treasury report of last week, that his government made worse, driving up inflation and interest rates, putting the economy into recession, and people now losing their jobs. And you've seen good growth at the back end of last year. You've seen good growth at the beginning of this year. And since April, there has been a loss of confidence and sentiment around the world and in New Zealand as a function of the tariff announcements in April. This is a government that is doing everything it can to drive economic growth and will continue to do so.
Supplementary question.
Just, before the members start, just rare and reasonable.
Does he stand by his decision to pause, delay or cancel construction projects, decisions that have actively made things worse and put 18,000 construction workers out of work since he became Prime Minister?
Well, I'd just say to the member who I think we should start calling the $66 billion man, because when I grew up as a kid, there was a show called The $6 Million Man, and this member is the $66 billion man, is the way to think about it. But we have got $206 billion worth of infrastructure pipeline. This is a government that has announced $6 billion worth of infrastructure projects with people on the end of the shovels before Christmas. This is a government, if the member cared deeply about construction jobs, why doesn't he reverse his decision on fast track?
A supplementary question, Speaker. If things are so much better under his government, why were there 7 times as many state houses under construction in 2023 compared to today? And 6 out of 10 construction firms who were previously building state houses have now exited the market.
Well, I'd say to the member that we have gone through a period of time caused by his previous government that has actually put the New Zealand economy into recession. His actions drove up interest rates that had a huge devastation on the construction sector. They can't borrow money when interest rates are high for development and new projects. But this is a government committed to doing more building of classrooms across the school. This is a government committed to doing more roads of national significance. And if the member really cared about it, get him behind, support fast track and RMA reform.
Parliamentary. Has he found a single family who's received the full $250?
Sorry. Someone was speaking then while the question is being asked. And that person may well want to put their head down, but...
Speaker,
I
apologise. I was talking to my colleague and I'm very sorry.
Right. Well then, your apology is sort of accepted, but don't make a habit of it. When everyone is quiet, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Has he found a single family that has received the full $250 extra a fortnight that he promised them during the election campaign?
I've spoken to many families up and down this country who so greatly appreciate the tax relief that this government provided. Not an ideological concept, lifting tax thresholds, but again, he failed to support it. I've also spoken to many families who are very grateful for our family boost, helping offset expensive early childcare costs. Again, simple process, encourage everybody to get on My ID and get it done.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Just a moment.
It was a relatively straightforward question as to whether he's been able to identify a single family that's received the $250 a fortnight that he promised them. I think anybody objectively listening to that would have no idea what his answer to it was.
Well, I certainly don't, because there was a lot of noise coming from my left that prevented me from hearing it. So I can't make a judgment on it, but you have, I think, made your point. Do you have another supplementary?
No, that's it.
Closed room, question 3.
E te Premier, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Yes.
Prime Minister.
Does he agree with the Minister of Foreign Affairs that, quote, there are a broad range of strongly held views within our government, end quote, and if so, who in the government is opposing recognising Palestinian statehood?
There is a broad range and strongly held views across our whole of our society and across the whole of New Zealand. And as you would expect across this chamber, there will be a variance of views as well.
What is the harm, if any, of recognising Palestinian statehood?
Well, it's been a long-standing position of successive New Zealand governments since 1947 to recognise the creation of a state for Israel and a state of Palestine where two peoples can live together in peace and security. That has been a long-standing position of the New Zealand governments over successive of different political parties. The issue is that we need to, as we've said, as you heard the Foreign Minister say, and it's been a long-standing position, it's a matter of when, not if. But the immediate challenge for the situation in the Middle East is, of course, Hamas must release hostages. As a terrorist organisation, they must release those hostages. Secondly, Israel must allow unfettered humanitarian access into what is an absolute catastrophe, and there must be a ceasefire and diplomacy and dialogue.
Is the Prime Minister aware that Israeli hostages have been offered back multiple times and Israel currently holds approximately 10,000 Palestinian prisoners?
Sorry, I'm not going to respond to that question. That's not what I've been briefed on.
So,
well, it's
point of order, Mr. Speaker?
It's an assumption.
A point of order is heard in silence.
I'm just seeking your guidance when the Prime Minister refuses to answer a question which seeks to tease out the logic that he is using with regard to government decision making.
No, I don't think that's reasonable. The Prime Minister said he wasn't prepared to answer it because it wasn't within the scope of the briefing that he's received.
Is the Prime Minister aware then of our obligations under the Genocide Convention, and if so, what are they?
Yes, and what I say to the member is I would be very careful throwing terms like genocide around. It's very important that the right bodies that we support under the international rules-based system, the ICJ and the ICC, are those closest and are the appropriate bodies which we fully support to make those determinations.
Is the Prime Minister finally willing to say that Israel's slaughter and starvation of Palestinians in Gaza is a genocide? And if not, what does he know that Holocaust and genocide scholars don't?
Point of order.
A point of order, the Honourable David Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, standing orders, I think it's about 390, are very clear that a questioner must not make arguments or argumentations in asking a question that are not necessary to make it intelligible. This questioner is making a series of assertions in order to convey information rather than seek it by asking a question. A question like that, according to standing orders, should be ruled out.
And had the member not been so quick off his feet, it probably would have happened. And it is now happening. Have another go.
What does the Prime Minister know that Holocaust and genocide scholars apparently do not when they call what is currently occurring in Gaza a genocide?
Well, what I know is that there's a humanitarian catastrophe happening in the Middle East. What I know is that we want to see peace and stability and security reign in the Middle East. And for that to happen, Hamas must release hostages immediately. What happened on October the 7th from a terrorist organisation inflicting 1,200 deaths on innocent civilians was unacceptable. We are also saying clearly, and we've done it through a number of calls with other countries as well, is that we want Israel to give unfettered humanitarian access. We do not want more military action. We need to make sure that we actually see diplomacy and dialogue reign in the Middle East.
Point of order.
Point of order, David Seymour. Honourable David Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, I draw your attention to the member who has just resumed her seat, which is adorned with a Palestinian scarf. And I invite you to consider what this House might look like if everybody who had an interest in a global conflict started adorning their seats with symbols of one side or the other of a conflict. I think that would bring the House into disrepute, and no member should be allowed to do such a thing, particularly when you yourself have forbidden members from wearing tiny pins on their lapels.
Simon Court's currently removing his...
Excuse me. No, I think you make a very good point, actually. I think I've been willing to accept that if people were wearing something that did not particularly... Oh, here we go. Good. OK, we'll stay warm. We'll move on now. Question 4, Carl Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is to the Minister of Education and asks, what announcements has she made regarding NCEA?
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, last week I announced a proposal to replace NCEA with a new national secondary qualification. This includes replacing NCEA Level 1 with a Foundational Skills Award, replacing NCEA 2 and 3 with the New Zealand Certificate of Education and the New Zealand Advanced Certificate of Education, requiring students to pass at least 4 subjects to attain each certificate, returning to clear marks out of 100 with grades like A, B or C, being ambitious for our kids, unlike some members of this House, and the creation of a new coherent subjects and standards to support strong vocational education. New assessments will be based on internationally benchmarked and consistent national curriculum. Mr. Speaker, until now, no government has been bold enough to take decisive action, but we are, so our kids get the very best chance to succeed.
Supplementary. Why is she proposing these changes?
Just wait till the House has sort of settled itself. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why is she proposing these changes?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the warning lights have been flashing for some time. There are clear issues with the design and implementation of NCEA, which is overly flexible, difficult for parents and employers to understand, and the lack of consistency leaves too much to chance. For example, last year in new Level 1 mathematics, only 11% of students were assessed against all 4 standards, the whole curriculum. More than 250,000 exam papers were left blank. Students are more than twice as likely to get an excellence grade if it's marked internally rather than an external, and 60% of teachers don't believe that the new NCEA is a reliable measure of student knowledge and skill. Doing nothing in the face of all this is not an option. We have to strengthen the system, and our proposals are designed to do just that.
Supplementary. What will these proposed changes mean for parents?
Mr. Speaker, my message to parents is this. Like you, we are ambitious for your children. They deserve a world-leading education system and that we are delivering. Our proposals mean that the very best parts of NCEA will stay. Things like a combination of internal and external exams, flexibility to do both vocational and general subjects, and special assessment conditions for those students with additional needs, while other aspects will be improved and delivered on. Assessment against an internationally benchmarked curriculum, clear grades out of 100, and stronger attainment requirements like passing at least 4 subjects to gain the qualification. We want there to be more coherence, more consistency, and more clarity of what students know and can do.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received from parents?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it has been overwhelmingly positive. One parent reached out to say, great job on the new education policy. I've got one kid about to enter NCEA, and I'm very glad my youngest will miss it and enter in through the new way. Keep up the great work. And another parent reached out to say she was delighted to see the proposal, but my favourite comment was one simply saying, woohoo, fantastic policy, woohoo, let's go. This government is ambitious about the future success of our young people, and I look forward to working across the House to ensure that we secure enduring success of this proposal.
Question 5, the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
My question is to the Minister of Finance. Does she agree with the Minister of Finance, who said about the additional 16,000 people unemployed that they, quote, shouldn't take it personally? If not, why not?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Economic Growth, I agree with the full quote made by the Minister of Finance, which was that, quote, it is an incredibly tough experience. They shouldn't take it personally because what they are often the victims of is an economy that was mismanaged, where inflation and interest rates are out of control and where many businesses have retrenched. It is absolutely the case that the economy was mismanaged by the previous government with inflation and interest rates out of control, and we are still recovering from that.
How is it not personal?
Just wait. It's just, everyone needs to calm down a bit. When questions are being asked, they're asked in silence. And nothing that you'll be saying to anybody else in the House matters. The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
How is it not personal that 16,000 people have lost their jobs under National?
Well, just direct the member to the full quote in the context in which I gave in the primary answer. Should have listened.
If he truly cares about, quote, people's lives and livelihoods, why does he dismiss the thousands of people who have lost their jobs and can't pay their bills as if their daily struggle doesn't matter?
Don't care. Don't care.
Well, on behalf of the Minister for Economic Growth, the good news is that the budget forecasts a 240,000 increase in jobs over the next 4 years, as growth starts returning to the economy after years of mismanagement under the previous government. At the end of the day, the government's job is to implement good public policy and good fiscal policy and allow growth in the economy to return, generating jobs and higher living standards for New Zealanders. That's what the budget forecast will happen over the next 4 years, and we look forward to that continuing.
We'll just take one more here. Ginny Anderson.
Does he stand by his statement? Some New Zealanders have got themselves into the habit of what I call, quote, glass half empty economics. And if so, does he think that those people who lost their jobs should just cheer up?
On behalf of the Minister of Economic Growth, yes, I do stand by that statement, and no, I was referring to most members of the opposition, including the Shadow Minister of Finance, who said in a podcast a couple of days ago, quote, we don't have to provide the solutions to issues, and it's not my job to find the solutions. I do stand by those statements as well.
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Minister, on the basis
of order, Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether you could clarify for us what the ministerial responsibility in the last part of that answer was.
Well, if you go back to the supplementary that was asked, then it was asked what did they mean and what did they say, and does it just mean cheer up? The answer that was given very clearly stated why the statement was made in the first place. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Further point of order, Mr Speaker. How on earth is a statement by Barbara Edmonds, the finance spokesperson for the Labor Party, a matter of ministerial responsibility?
Well, the question was, do they stick by the comment that those who are pessimistic are glass half empty? And then it went on to ask if, in fact, it was the 16,000 people who lost their job who should just cheer up. That was clarified very clearly by the Minister. I think you've got to look to the SUPs to work out how the answers might go. The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Minister, on the basis that all politics is local, has he got any examples of employers abusing their staff?
Well, how does that relate to the primary?
Speaker, the minister can answer the question about its relativity. It's very obvious. We're talking about people over there who are claiming that employers are not looking after their workers, or in this case, blaming the government. I'm just making the connection of a local example.
I think that's probably just where we might leave that. The Honourable Ginny Henderson.
Does he know what the unemployment rate would be if thousands of New Zealanders had stayed here and not left the country in search of jobs and higher wages?
No, it's not. Your mismanagement of the economy was not funny. It definitely was not funny, my friend. I'm laughing because I know what the unemployment rate would have been if that member's party had been re-elected. The preview said one thing, but New Zealanders know that if Grant Robertson had been allowed to recklessly spend his way for another 3 years, unemployment would be even higher than it is today. Debt would be even higher. We'd be approaching 50%. And if people think things are bad now, God only knows what it would have been under Grant Robertson's profligate reign of fiscal terror.
Will be the House will calm itself. The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Can he see that telling people who lost their jobs not to, quote, take it personally, and who are, quote, glass half empty, that it's just another kick in the guts for Kiwis whose life is worse and not better under National?
The member needs to cheer up. The budget shows over the next 4 years, over 200,000 new jobs will be created. There is billions of dollars of infrastructure investment coming down the pipe, including $6 billion between now and Christmas. Fast-track projects are being consented. In fact, there are due to be, between now and Christmas, over 10 fast-track projects.
Sorry, that's just outrageous. Another one of those outbursts, and it's good afternoon to you.
Potentially receiving consent. School property projects, range of health projects are underway. No one is pretending that life in New Zealand is perfect, and no one is pretending that everything is rosy. But we are making progress. The key lesson is this: you've got to stick to good public policy, good fiscal policy, and stick to the economic plan. At least this government has one. In the words of the Shadow Minister for Finance, or at least the current one on the Labor Party, they don't have any policy.
Question number 6, Dr. Mr. Jackson. Question number 6, Dr. Vanessa Winnick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Building and Construction. What reports has he seen on the building and construction sector?
The Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, Kennards Hire released its 2025 Construction Confidence Check survey. It found that an overwhelming 93% of construction business leaders are confident in the industry's growth and performance over the next 5 years. Better still, more than half, 52% in fact, are very confident that we will see strong growth in New Zealand's building industry. Mr. Speaker, this government is backing the building industry, and it's great to see that after reports that the industry activity had levelled out, the vast majority of business believers believe that we are now moving forward.
Supplementary. What other findings did the survey make?
Mr. Speaker, the survey also highlights factors driving such surge in optimism among our building industry leaders. Around half, 47%, point to increased government investment in infrastructure as a reason to feel that the future is brighter. So they're also celebrating increased foreign investment and growth in regional construction projects. These are all priorities for the government. So it is that, for example, we are reforming the Overseas Investment Act to bring wealth into New Zealand. We're investing into our regions, and we've committed to $6 billion worth of infrastructure projects before Christmas.
Supplementary. What common challenges face the industry according to the survey?
Mr. Speaker, the survey highlights a couple of major challenges. One is a lack of quality and availability of building materials and outdated equipment. This is exactly why the government has introduced Investment Boost. This helps tradies and other businesses to invest in the technology and tools that they need to grow by allowing them to immediately deduct 20% of the cost from the income tax due that year. So we've also changed the law to remove unjustifiable barriers, making it easier for Kiwis to access high-quality building products, increasing availability and innovation, boosting competition and driving down prices.
What other recent data on the construction...
Supplementary, the Honourable... Dr Vanessa Winnick.
What other recent data on the construction sector has the Minister seen?
Mr. Speaker, Stats NZ data shows that for the year ending June 2025, nearly 34,000 new dwellings were consented. And while the rise of 1% may seem small to some, it does mark the end of a downturn period that started several years ago. It represents hope, sir, despite the hope on the benches opposite that the reverse were true. It's hope for the sector, hope for our housing supply, and commentators say that this data signals activity is stabilising and recovery is on the way.
Aotearoa Williams.
To the Minister, was the report of the senior construction professional with 20 years' experience wrong when he said last month that what makes this construction downturn different is the absence of large-scale public investment because the government has, quote, just pulled the plug on everything?
Mr. Speaker, that view isn't representative of the sector, but more importantly, isn't representative of the facts. For example, as I've stated previously, and not just 2 minutes ago, the government has $6 billion worth of infrastructure projects that are lined up to commence before Christmas, and plenty more beyond that, as my colleague and friend, the Honourable Chris Bishop, and indeed the Prime Minister have already outlined today.
Question number 7, the Honourable Penny Hanare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. Does he agree with the Honourable Dr Shane Reti when he said, quote, I want to see IMPB's iwi Māori partnership boards power, end quote, sorry. Can I start that again, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Right.
Does he agree with the Honourable Dr Shane Reti when he said, quote, I want to see IMPB's iwi Māori partnership boards powered up to support the health outcomes for your whānau and your communities, end quote? If so, what does that look like?
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
I agree with Honourable Dr Shane Reti, who was very clear that IMPB should be providing advice on the health needs of Māori across the country and that they should not be commissioning agencies. That's why we're strengthening the Hauora Māori Advisory Committee and clarifying the role of iwi Māori partnership boards. Local IMPBs will continue to engage with local Māori communities about their health needs, aspirations and health outcomes, and will provide that advice directly to the Hauora Māori Advisory Committee. That advice will then support decisions made by the Minister and the Health New Zealand Board. This is about putting patients back at the centre and ensuring the voices of Māori communities are clearly heard where they can make the most difference.
Point of order, the Honourable Karen McInerney.
So that was a question on notice, and whilst the second part was addressed, the first part certainly was not. It was a direct question asking if the Minister agreed with Dr Shane Reti, and a direct quote. His response was, I agree with two other things that Shane Reti had said, and he did not address the question as to that direct quote.
Well, perhaps given that Minister's answer where they think it's in the public interest, that might have been what drove his answer, but I'll ask the Minister to say something again.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said in the answer, the IMPBs, as Honourable Dr. Shane Reddy said, they should be providing advice on the health needs of Māori communities, but they should not be commissioning agencies, and we expect Health New Zealand to continue to work alongside IMPBs as part of these the legislative changes. But I and the previous minister have been very clear that IMPBs are not to be providing, be commissioning agencies.
Point of order.
When a question is on notice, and it is direct as this one is, there is an expectation, as outlined in Speaker's rulings, that a minister addresses that. Now, it is a straightforward question whether they agree or not, and if he doesn't agree, he should explain why, as the question requests.
Yeah, but I'm not sure of the answer that he said he doesn't agree, because what I've listened very carefully twice, and what he said is that that both he and Dr. Reti agree about what they should be doing. Now, if you want to have an argument about the term "powered up," then that's a different argument. But I don't think it negates the answer that's been given. Do you have another supplementary?
Supplementary. Can the Minister explain to the Iwi Māori Partnership Boards why he has made such a decision regarding the minimisation of their role after they have expressed extreme concern with the proposals led by this Minister?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has been very clear that as part of the legislative changes that are being made, we want to streamline the advice that the IMPBs are providing. We want to clarify their roles, that they are not to be commissioning of services. That is the role of Health New Zealand. And we want to strengthen the role that the Hauora Māori Advisory Committee does play, provide advice both to the Minister and to the Health New Zealand Board.
Supplementary. To the Minister, does he agree with Hingatu Thompson from Te Taura Ora o Waiariki Iwi Māori Partnership Board that said, quote, "There's no way New Zealand is going to achieve improvement in Māori health without having a plan," end quote, and if so, will his plan include meaningful engagement with Māori on the matter?
Well, Mr. Speaker, our plan is to make sure that we are actually delivering better outcomes for all New Zealanders, including Māori. And I would just point out one of the facts that the opposition doesn't like to talk about, and that is the immunisation rate for 2-year-olds that fell from 89% of Māori in 2017 when they came to office and fell to 64.8% when they left. That is ultimately what drives better outcomes for Māori, is actually getting better outcomes.
Supplementary.
Just wait for a minute. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Does he agree with the Ministry of Health website that states, quote, "As a Department of the Public Service, the Ministry of Health Manatu Hauora has a responsibility to contribute to the Crown meeting its obligations under Te Tiriti o Waitangi," end quote, and if so, how does minimising Iwi Māori Partnership Boards deliver on this commitment?
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, the government, through its agencies, does have a role to ensure that it is delivering on treaty settlements and making sure that it is doing that through relationships. However, we have been very clear that Health New Zealand, as a delivery agency, must be focused on delivering better better services for all New Zealanders, including Māori.
Supplementary. Are the Honourable Dr. Shane Reti and Sir Mason Jury ONZ both wrong in their support for Iwi Māori Partnership Boards? And if so, what makes the Minister so sure that he knows more about Māori health than the Māori health experts themselves?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the member was to read the bill before Parliament, the bill continues to have a role for Iwi Māori Partnership Boards. However, we want to make sure we are streamlining that function and focusing it on delivery for services, something the previous government forgot about, as evidenced by the appalling immunisation rate for 2-year-old Māoris.
Question number... Hang on, sorry. Do we symbolically have to ask someone to take an early shower, as it were? Question number 8, Jenny Marcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Rail and asks, what recent statements has he made regarding rail?
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Yesterday we launched the 2025 Rail Safety Week alongside rail workers. Unlike you, I didn't have to. People recognise me without having to wear fancy dress. Now, as I was saying before, I was really interrupted. Unionists, transport leaders, and the Matamata Piako Mayor, Adrian Wilcock, whose community suffered a rail track death just months ago. The campaign message for 2025 is stay off, stay safe. Tracks are for trains. This serious message follows 6 deaths on the rail corridor this year alone. Trains weigh thousands of tonnes and can take a kilometre to come to a stop. So we are asking every member of this House to help get the message out.
Supplementary. What next steps has the Minister recently outlined for the Marsden Point rail link?
Mr Speaker, last Tuesday we announced KiwiRail will make its Marsden Point rail link detailed designs available to builders and investors to assess and consider putting forward proposals. KiwiRail will have more to say about this process shortly. The new rail spur's land is fully purchased, designated in the fast track consent legislation and covered under our coalition agreement. We have also outlined how Marsden Point can be the first energy export and special economic zone to create wealth right here in New Zealand, specialist jobs through a dry dock, fuel security for our economy, and strong export connections.
Supplementary. Has the Minister attended any high visibility events recently?
Last Friday we joined the City Rail Link test train. Aucklanders have wanted this project since the 1920s and have been paying half since we signed the main works contract back in 2019. In 2019 we backed a $250 million allocation so the new stations would be long enough. If we had not done that, they would have reached full capacity within a decade. Next year we look forward to the public and members of the opposition after the election riding this train to their jobs in central Auckland.
How is the rail ferry replacement program tracking?
All good news, Mr Speaker, extremely well. The government's company Ferry Holdings Limited is still in the market engaging with commercial shipyards and everything is tracking to time. We will purchase 2 new ferries to serve our passengers, roads and rail and deliver the no-nonsense infrastructure solution that was supposed to happen in 2020 when last time I had the job. We look forward to detailing this program once the commercial contracts are entered later this year. Those sitting across this chamber will see that with a bit of management, firm cost control, pragmatism and common sense, good things can still happen.
Question number 9, Rima Nakli.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Building and Construction and asks, what announcements has the government made about building and construction?
Mr Speaker.
Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, for this further opportunity to enlighten the opposition. Last week I was...
Stop there. For some reason, just talk right across the House before the Minister even began to make a comment. And there was also one question that the person suggesting it knows is inappropriate under standing orders. Well,
it's all good.
I haven't.
It's all good, Mr Speaker. Further good news, Mr Speaker. Last week I was pleased to announce, alongside Deputy Prime Minister and Regulations Minister David Seymour, that by the end of this year it will be easier for Kiwis to put a garden shed, sleep out or garage on their property. We are changing the rules so that small buildings under 10 square metres will no longer need to be set back from the boundary, and the setback for single-storey buildings between 10 and 30 square metres will be reduced to just 1 metre.
Supplementary. Why did the government make this change?
Mr Speaker, previously garden sheds and other single-storey detached buildings had to be set back from the boundary or residential buildings by at least their own height. Anything closer meant that the homeowner had to get a building consent. Well-intentioned, these rules created a ridiculous situation, forcing Kiwis to place their garden sheds awkwardly in the middle of their lawns, wrestle with unnecessary paperwork or, as has often too happened, break the law.
Supplementary. What feedback has the government received on these changes?
Well, Mr Speaker, apart from a question time today across the House, the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. Everyday Kiwis and industry leaders alike have welcomed it. We know that in today's housing market, land sizes are typically smaller and building costs remain high. People want to use their property wisely without unnecessary hassle. The New Zealand Property Investors Federation said, quote, "This change will make it easier to add an extra bedroom, a new garage to keep cars safe, or a shed for tenants to store bikes, tools and other items. It will add value to investment properties and improve amenity for renters. It's a win-win," end quote.
Supplementary. What does this change tell Kiwis about the government's approach to building and construction?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, this is a perfect example of how the government is scrapping burdensome regulations, big and small, to make building in New Zealand easier and more affordable. We're relentlessly focused on building productivity, whether that means making it simpler to build sheds, sleep-outs, granny flats and garages, not building any grannies, Mr. Speaker. Speeding up consenting and inspections, allowing trusted building professionals to sign off their own work, increasing competition to drive down building product prices and investing in public infrastructure.
The Honourable David Seymour.
What does the Minister say to Alex and Krista Clark of Onehunga, who reported the issue to the Ministry for Regulation's red tape tip line and had the problem solved by him in a matter of months?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would say to that patriotic Kiwi couple who just want to be able to use the land that they own in an efficient way, for example, to store their kids' equipment, that I'm grateful for their intervention. I'm grateful for them getting in touch with the government, and I'm grateful for them utilising the red tape tip line, which is how the proposal came about. And I'm also grateful to the Honourable David Seymour for partnering as part of the government's overall push to reduce unnecessary regulation and get a good common sense result for these Kiwi families.
Question number 11. Number 10, Arana Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Acting Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, Grocery Sector. Has the government's focus changed since the Prime Minister said in December 2023 that it would have a laser focus on bringing down the cost of living? If not, is she confident that she has the Prime Minister's backing to bring down the cost of groceries?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
On behalf of the Acting Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, no and yes.
When she said prices coming down is exactly what we want to see, has she done anything that has reduced prices? On behalf of the Acting Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, the Minister has an extensive work program underway, some of which has been made public, some of which has not been, and she is also aware of the hard work of her colleague, the Minister of RMA Reform, and her colleague, the Minister for Agriculture, stripping red tape out of our growers and our farmers to make it easier for them to operate. Supplementary. Why did it take the government until 30 March 2025, a full 16 months since the election, to make a request for information about changes in the supermarket sector?
On behalf of the Acting Minister in Commerce and Consumer Affairs, the government has had a busy work program since the election, including in the groceries sector and the groceries portfolio, for want of a better phrase. The RFI has gone out and the member will soon be interested in seeing the responses.
So what, if anything, has happened in the 135 days since the government made a request for information to the supermarkets?
Well, more's happened under this government in the last 18 months than happened under the 6 years compared to the previous government. Unlike the previous government, this government is taking the issue of groceries competition seriously, and the member will have to wait and see where things get to. But ultimately, the government wants to see greater competition in the supermarket sector.
Will the Minister listen to Mike Hosking, who said that Nicola Willis's supermarket announcement was, quote, yet another diatribe about what needs to be done, what could be done and what might be done, quote, a speech of hopeless contradictions, and, quote, for a government with an image of more talk than action, she didn't do anything to help that reputation?
On behalf of the Acting Minister in Commerce and Consumer Affairs, I think the member might be confusing those comments from Mike Hosking allegedly about Nicola Willis with comments actually about the Leader of the Labor Party.
Question.
Mr. Speaker, a supplementary.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Why won't the Minister take responsibility for the well-documented rise in grocery prices since her government came into power and admit that she's making life worse for Kiwis struggling with the cost of living?
On behalf of the Acting Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, the government does not set the price of groceries, as the member I think knows, or perhaps not. The government takes the issue of groceries competition seriously, and we are advancing, or will advance, substantive, proper solutions, unlike the stupid policy of taking GST off fruit and vegetables.
Question. Just when we're all ready. Question 11.
Tēnā koe te pika. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all his comments, government statements and actions? Sorry.
Yes.
Supplementary. Why is the Prime Minister allowing the government to delay recognition of the State of Palestine until September?
Well, it's a government that wants to weigh up its position over the next month. We acknowledge that some of our close partners have changed their position, others have not. We will work our way through the process as we outlined yesterday.
Supplementary. What criteria does the Prime Minister believe Palestinians have not met that is preventing his government from immediately recognising their humanity and statehood today?
Well, as I explained earlier, it's been a long-standing bipartisan position that New Zealand supports a two-state solution. It goes right back to 1947 and the partition. We want to see a state of Israel, a state of Palestine, living peacefully side by side. But we are going to review and weigh up our position as we articulated, and we will. It's an important issue, it's a complex issue, and we'll work through it sensibly and seriously.
Supplementary. How does the Prime Minister justify the targeted killings of journalists in Gaza, including Anas Jamal al-Sharif and the entire Al Jazeera journalist team based there?
Well, there is...
the Prime Minister doesn't have responsibility for that. And I think the question...
My question was, how does the Prime Minister justify? You want me to change that, or that's ruled out?
The Prime Minister is not required to justify anything other than government activity.
To apply the Prime Minister's logic, does IDF's campaign against Palestinians undermine Israel's claim of statehood?
Point of order.
Point of order, the Honourable David Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, I know that member is slow on the rules, but she cannot make an assertion that the Prime Minister has such language.
That is right. This is a very sensitive subject. It's a matter that New Zealand has at afar, I have to say, and government positioning of it is something that you can question, but you can't assert something and then ask a question about the assertion. So have another crack.
Does the Prime Minister believe killing of journalists in Gaza, including Anas Jamal al-Sharif and the entire Al Jazeera journalist team based there, is justifiable?
I have no responsibility for the actions of Israel or any other country. I'm responsible as Prime Minister of New Zealand for New Zealand.
Supplementary. What will be left to protect in a month's time if the Prime Minister waits until September to act, with the Israel government approving further escalation?
Start the question again. That may not be a question that some on the back bench to my right are not happy with, but they will listen to it.
What will be left to protect in a month's time if the Prime Minister waits until September to act, with the Israel government approving further escalation in Gaza, including measures that will deepen the starvation and killing of Palestinians?
I would just say to the member, there are strongly held views on all sides of this debate across the whole of New Zealand and in fact all around the world. What this government has been consistent in doing since this conflict started is actually calling for the immediate release of hostages from Hamas. I'm sure that member would agree with that is the appropriate action. What this government has been calling for is for Israel to give unfettered humanitarian access, to protect civilians and to honour its obligations under international law. And what this government has consistently called for is a ceasefire. That is the way in which we get ourselves to a pathway on the two-state solution.
Point of order.
Point of order, Deputy Naruga.
My question was, what will be left to protect?
That is not a question that the Prime Minister of New Zealand can possibly answer. And it's certainly not a question that is within his ministerial responsibilities, his Prime Ministerial responsibilities. And the member next to you can assert that all he likes. That is simply not the case. Supplementary, the Honourable David Seymour.
Has the New Zealand government, that the New Zealand Prime Minister is responsible for, made contributions of humanitarian aid to this crisis in Gaza, and if so, to how much money?
We have supported humanitarian assistance to the tune of $37 million. But one of the major challenges right now is that it's very difficult to get aid into Gaza because of the actions of Israel. And that is why our government has joined with many others and foreign ministers all around the world calling for Israel to release and enable unfettered humanitarian access.
Question number 12, the Honourable Marama Davidson.
Ki te Premier, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Yes.
Why does he think worker-led collectives are describing his government as the most anti-worker government in decades?
You'd have to ask them, but what I can tell you is we are on the side of low and middle income working New Zealanders, because we believe they deserve tax relief, first time in 14 years. We're backing fast track to create more jobs and opportunity to get things built in this country. We're the ones that have lowered inflation. We're the ones that have lowering interest rates. We're the one that's getting the economy growing again. And we are doing everything we can to get this country put on a pathway to economic growth, and I think it's got a very exciting future.
Why has his employment relations legislation, designed with big business like Uber in mind, instead of their workers who are predominantly vulnerable, low-paid migrant workers?
I reject the assertions and characterisation in that question.
How does he reconcile his focus on growing wages with his government's decisions to offer real-term cuts for minimum wage workers and cancel fair pay agreements and pay equity claims for low-paid wahine workers?
I'd just say to the member, I would encourage her to look at the records. Since this government has been formed, we have had wages growing faster than inflation. Compare that to the previous Labor Greens government, where we had 13 quarters where inflation was well ahead of wage growth. Wages being higher than inflation is how Kiwis get ahead, and that's what we're supporting.
Does he accept that collective bargaining is the main way workers' wages increase, and if so, why is he pushing through a bill that will undermine the collective bargaining power of hundreds of thousands of workers in Aotearoa?
There are ways in which employees reach employment arrangements with their employers. That can be an independent contracting arrangement, or it can be a collective bargaining. We support lots of options.
Why did he choose to cut thousands of jobs?
There is, sorry, there's been far too much crossbench chatter. We've got an important debate coming up that I know both the offenders there will want to speak in. So just for the next 5 minutes, calmer. That question is not in order. If you want to try another one, that will. Otherwise, we'll just finish for the day.
Is he a Prime Minister for the regular working people like teachers, nurses and taxi drivers, or for big business?
Absolutely, and that's why we care about low and middle income workers on this government. We are the parties of workers, the people that the Labor and Green parties forsake, because they didn't run the economy, they ran up huge amounts of debt, they ran up inflation, they ran up interest rates, and who suffered the most? Low and middle income working New Zealanders. adding $88 billion worth of new taxes, $44 billion worth of new debt, with Chloe Swarbrick as a Minister of Finance, I just suggest is not the way forward.
That concludes oral questions.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
Good evening, members. When we rose for the dinner break, we were considering part 1 of the Resource Management Consenting and Other System Changes Amendment Bill. I call Tamith Paul.
Close. Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you. You honour me. Thank you. I would like to pick up on clause number 8. And this is the section 32 amended requirements for preparing and publishing evaluation reports. And we heard from the minister, different to this minister, but connected, I'm sure, that these changes were, very well considered to put a clear line between the difference between council responsibilities to protect marine biodiversity and Indigenous biodiversity under the RMA and those under the Fisheries Act. Now, what I'd really like some clarity on from the minister, is that there's a number of requirements that the councils must actually do as part of this assessment, which there's a clause in here, and this is, on page 12, so 2B of clause 8, and this is the subsection which talks about the requirement for these assessments to examine the matters above in 2AB, and it says it applies to the extent that information relating to those matters is reasonably available. Now, my concern with this is that the assessment criteria that it's setting out is quite detailed. There's some basic things around the location of rules within the region, so where do they actually apply, the extent to which the rules will exclude fishing, and the extent to which fishing could be carried out in other areas, the extent to which the rules will increase the cost of fishing, and any other impacts or controls on fishing in the region, and then the overall impact that those proposed controls would have on fishing. Now, having had a bit to do with councils and local government generally, it's not typical that councils actually hold much of this information at all. And so what I'm really interested in hearing from the minister is, what does this actually look like in practice? What if councils don't have that information? Are they working really clearly with, for example, MPI, with fisheries officers, with someone who might, or some agency who may actually hold that data and information? Because if they don't have it, are they basically forced to be making these decisions in absence of evidence and actually documented impact, when this, proposed amendment is directly saying that they need to go to that detail to be able to assess the actual impact on communities and the economic impact of fishers in the region? So really keen to hear from the minister specifically about those criteria, how councils would put it in place in practice, because it's really unclear to me. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Just a very quick call from me related to that last call is, it would be useful for the Minister to comment on the Motiti decision and that relationship generally between the Fisheries Act and the RMA, and where those boundaries are, and why he thinks this is landing in the right spot. Thank you.
Steve Abel.
Madam Chair, I'm on page 13 and clause 12, section 38 amended. This is the authorisation and responsibilities of enforcement officers. Now, the effect of that clause is to allow Ministry of Primary Industries to be responsible for enforcement under the Resource Management Act. The original wording was of the new ministry, meaning the Ministry for the Environment. So my question for the Minister is, firstly, why only the Ministry of Primary Industries? We have an amendment proposed, or my colleague Lan Farm has an amendment, which amends Clause 12 so that it provides for the Ministry of the Environment to also be authorised as an enforcement officer. Given that it's the Resource Management Act, and normally it is enforced by the Ministry for the Environment, I wonder whether it wouldn't be preferable to have the capability of both MPI and MFE officials to be authorised to enforce under the RMA. It seems to make sense, and I wonder if the Minister could respond to that. I've got a second question regarding the same clause. In point 2, it repeals section 38(3) and 4. This clause allows the Minister of Conservation to authorise officers of the Department of Conservation or of local authorities to exercise and carry out the functions and powers of an enforcement officer under this Act in relation to compliance. Now, we have also from the very excellent and capable Lan Farm another amendment which would give the Minister of Conservation the ability to authorise officers of the Department of Conservation or of a local authority to carry out the functions of an enforcement officer. That's Amendment 302, and the preceding one I spoke of was 301. So also, again, Minister, I wonder if you can respond to whether you don't agree that it would be advantageous for the Minister to have the power to give those enforcement rights to officers of the Department of Conservation. Thank you.
Honourable Priyanka Rahakrishnan.
Madam Chair, I'd like to raise some of the issues around, I guess, Clause 15, so the Minister's amendment paper that replaces Clause 15 with Section 70 amended, rules about discharge. And this was something that the Select Committee, of course, considered, and the Labour Party had a differing view as a result of the consideration of the Select Committee when it came to this bit, and that was because the bill as introduced would amend Section 70 to allow regional councils to have permitted activity rules for a discharge that could ultimately result in, it says here, significant adverse effects to aquatic life. But basically what it does is to make polluted rivers worse. And our position was very clear at the time that we did not think that that should be the case, that should be allowed, that basically even status quo would not be good enough, that we had a duty to improve freshwater. And so we opposed that particular bit of the bill, Madam Chair. And now I see that the amendment to the amendment, and I have to also at this point just echo some of the points made by Rachel Brooking right at the start of this around the process here. I mean, the fact that we have an explanatory note that says this amendment paper amends amendment paper number 347, which amends the Resource Management Consenting and Other Systems Changes Amendment Bill, which amends the Resource Management Act, is in itself quite the mouthful, Madam Chair. And the fact that this has come to us so late and is significant. So not only did we disagree with the initial position that the bill, that the amendment bill took, but this amendment makes it even worse. And I don't understand the rationale here, and would really appreciate the Minister clarifying his position on, firstly, I guess the initial bit that the Select Committee considered, which was bad enough, because we do believe that our polluted rivers should be improved to the point that they are swimmable. And this takes us even further backwards. And here it says, and initially wasn't sure if I was actually reading this correctly, but it says, this amendment paper replaces new section 70, subsection 3, with the new provision. The main difference is that the replacement provision also enables the inclusion of a rule that allows as a permitted activity a discharge of contaminants that may allow the following effects in the receiving waters: any conspicuous change in the colour or visual clarity, the rendering of fresh water unsuitable for consumption by farm animals. And somehow this amendment is allowing that to be permitted activity. I would really like the Minister to clarify what the rationale or what the thinking. In the real world, it's okay for rivers to not, for government not to take action to make rivers swimmable, but to take us backwards to the point that the water can't even be drunk by farm animals. That's not the real world that I want to be living in. It's not the real world that a number of environmental NGOs or people across Aotearoa, New Zealand want to be living in. And if this government thinks that they can take us so much, I don't even know how to phrase it, it's so backwards, that we go well against the trajectory of travel that so many of us want to be taking in this House, then that, I have to say, is a very sad day for that member across the House who's yelling that some of them live in the real world. So that's really the point that I wanted to make, Madam Chair. I want some clarity around how this is feasible. Thank you.
Land Farm. Oh, sorry, I've given the call. Oh, is that down? Honourable Chris Bishop.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. Variety of issues raised by members. Land Farm asks about Clause 8 in the bill. I think the key point, Madam Chair, is that MPI already works with councils in relation to the Fisheries Act issues that are being canvassed. In relation to Rachel Brooking's question around the overlap between the RMA and the Fisheries Act, that is partly what this bill is attempting to deal with, particularly the Matiti decision. So it constrains and clarifies the effect of that decision. It doesn't abolish it, it just clarifies exactly what the role of councils are in relation to the Fisheries Act. Steve Abel asks about why MFE is not involved in that, and the reason for that is that MPI is the relevant administrating authority for the Fisheries Act. Priyanka Radhakrishnan asks about Section 70 discharge rules. The short point is this. Waikato Regional Council advised us a few days ago that if the government did not did not propose their changes in the amendment paper to the amendment paper, and she seems to think there's something particularly exciting about an amendment paper to an amendment paper. Welcome to Parliament. If the government did not advance these proposals, Waikato Regional Council would be in the position of having to consent over 2,500 farms that currently do not need a consent. So they would then have to go through a process of consenting farms for doing things that are currently permitted activities. And the government is not going to put itself in a position where 2,500 farms require resource consent for something that they do not require resource consent for right now. So that is the short point. We are not prepared to do that. Members opposite are entitled to do that, and they can campaign it. They can campaign at the next election on that. We are not prepared to do that. We're a party and a government of rural New Zealand, and we will always support our farmers.
Land Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to pick up the same on Clause 15, and thank you for the Minister for that explanation about Waikato Regional Council, did you say? And I'm really interested to see or get more information about that, because we still, whether they, I'm sure they have, said that that's very urgent, but during the Select Committee process, we had a number of submissions, particularly from the likes of federated farmers. We had Beef and Lamb saying the same thing. We had Dairy NZ saying the same thing about not only wanting significant adverse pollution going into our waterways to be enabled as a permitted activity, but they wanted it to go further when it came to basically pollution to the extent that the water is discoloured, and also to the effect that stock water would no longer be fit for stock to drink. Now, that was a really low point, personally, for me in hearing these submissions, particularly when, a lot of these agricultural lobby groups are actually some of farmers' only voices, and yet they're really scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to actually asking for freshwater protection removals of this magnitude. But we did consider that, and we had advice on that from officials. And I want to point it out because I was genuinely surprised to see this amendment paper today. And officials talked about they simply do not, and this is quoting from the departmental report, page 54, when it summarised how those groups were wanting further changes to Section 70, and it's addressing that the proposal should be expanded beyond adverse effects on aquatic life. And essentially it's saying, and this is quote point 313, we do not have the evidence to determine the level of consent burden from those Section 70 matters beyond aquatic life. There may be an issue with the wider Section 70 matters, but without evidence, we do not recommend this change at this time. If there is a substantive issue, we recommend this be considered in the wider RMA reform program. And so what I'm really interested in to hear from the Minister is why, given that advice, that even if there is an issue for which there was no current evidence, why was it not simply put into the mix of the consideration of the whole package in the next RM bill that's coming, and just putting it in place in this shotgun way where no one's had an ability to actually have their say on it, and it's actually dismantling some very long-standing, significant freshwater protections that have been in place since the RMA's inception. So very keen to hear that.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Happy to address that. The short point is that it was true during the select committee process that there was a paucity of evidence around this. That was probably true during the process. In the last couple of weeks, it has become clear through correspondence from the Waikato Regional Council, but also other councils have raised similar concerns, that if a change was not made, over 2,500 farms would require consent that do not currently require a consent. And the government is not willing to put itself in a situation where our hard-working farmers that have worked hard enough over the last few years, particularly in the Waikato, are required to go and get a consent for things that they currently do not need a consent for, we're just not prepared to put ourselves in that situation. That was the clear advice and evidence from the Waikato Regional Council, who, by the way, are the relevant authority when it comes to these matters. So that is the evidence.
The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Just on this point that the Minister's raised about having a request from Waikato Regional Council that he tells us that he's following their advice on this change, has he looked at or asked them about whether or not the environment and the quality of that water has been changing, if the use, say, from the aquifers in that area has changed, and if there is in fact a reason for the water body to now be in a degraded state whereby without his amendment a resource consent would be required. And further to that, is there ever a situation in his mind, with his rationale, where people should be required to apply for a resource consent where they are using a common resource and polluting it? Where is that threshold in his mind, and what advice has he sought on the environmental status of those waterways? Madam Chair.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Moving on, and I'm jumping ahead quite a bit here, that other people might have things to say as well, but also in this section of part 1, this area of part 1, we have been talking about fisheries, and we have rules at clause 26, new 86H, rules that control fishing do not apply to Māori customary non-commercial fishing rights and specified legislation. I won't read out what this section is about, but my question here, and I thank the Minister for half answering my question about Motiti, but what is the relationship of councils being involved in protecting their marine environment and that localism aspect of it? So he's referred before that he's listening to what regional councils can and cannot do. So where does he see the role for a regional council who knows their coastal environment making fishing rules, as opposed to the Ministry for Primary Industries making fishing rules? If you could comment on that localism aspect, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Huhana Linden.
Aroha mai, Minister. I just wanted to take us back to talk further around Clause 15, Section 70, and we're talking about fresh water, and in particular the amendment proposed by my colleague Lan Farm, which is numbered 304. And I'm drawing the attention of the Minister, and we're talking about Waikato and wanting to remind the whare about Te Ture Whaimana and Te Ture Whaimana Aotearoa o Waikato being that agreement between the Crown and Waikato iwi in terms of the protection and the restoration of Waikato awa, which is really clear in terms of the way that restoration and protection of river health and the well-being of Waikato awa, but further the degradation, that Waikato River should not be degraded any further or be expected to absorb any further degradation as a result of human activities, and that the water quality of the Waikato River is at the forefront of our thinking in terms of swimmability and the ability for whānau to take food across the entire length of Waikato River. So just wanting to understand from the Minister, if you could explain how Clause 15, Section 70, and thinking about Te Ture Whaimana in particular, has that restoration and protection focus in the legislation, and how this applies.
Madam Chair. The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have not been on the Select Committee, but I've just come down into the House and picked up the amendment paper that I understand that the Minister has tabled today, and I'm reading through this, and I actually can't believe what I'm reading. And there's so-called representatives of farmers over the other side there saying they're upholding, the rights of farmers. I just want to read this out, Madam Chair, because I want the farmers around the country to know what is being changed here, and the Minister can perhaps explain why, because the vast majority of farmers over decades, in fact, have been working really hard with effluent management systems from their farming operations to virtually eliminate contamination of waterways, and most of them have done an extraordinary job. This amendment paper, as tabled, can I see here, quote, so replaces the new Section 73 with a new provision. The main difference is that the replacement provision also enables the inclusion of a rule that allows, as a permitted activity, a discharge of contaminants that may allow the following effects in the receiving waters. It will allow for, let's quote, any conspicuous change in the colour or visual clarity. So it's going to discolour the water. The second is the rendering of fresh water unsuitable for consumption by farm animals. Well, that's right, and I'm doing this as a farmer. I'm doing it as a farmer because I think most farmers around the country would be horrified to think that legislation is being changed to allow, I would suggest, a small minority of farmers to do this, when in fact they have been proud of actually spending millions and millions of dollars to not allow this to happen. So maybe the Minister can explain. I'm just astounded that this late amendment would be tabled to allow that to happen.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Just for clarity, the change does not allow councils to use permitted activities that would render fresh water unsuitable for stocking drinking water or a change in visual colour or clarity if these effects are not already present. Exactly. So councils cannot permit activities that would render water unfit for stock drinking if the water is currently drinkable, for example. What the changes allow is that where water is currently unfit for consumption by farm animals, councils can use permitted activity rules instead of requiring resource consents. They can only do so if they are confident that in no more than 10 years there will be an improvement in the water towards the water being fit for consumption by farm animals. The improvement over time approach allows farming and land use to continue rather than forcing agricultural activity to stop. Our view is that this is a more sustainable approach for the rural economy and the environment.
Can I just, before I take the next call, note that we're looking for new material. I think this one has been explained quite in depth.
Just in response to the Minister, because I appreciate the discussion.
I'll call the Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Look, I appreciate the Minister's explanation. That is, so a consent would merely put in place, I'm guessing, some provisions that ensure that if that is the status quo, that actually it will get better. Now, just an assumption that within 10 years it's going to happen is not. If there was a consent required, is my understanding, which would be a normal process given that this situation should be illegal, and in most places it is. If it is the status quo, then the requirement to get a consent would then clearly specify what has to be done by the farmer to improve that situation. Just letting it drift for 10 years, it possibly might see 9 years of inactivity or no further action or improvement, and then a rush at the finish. That's not simply the way that we should approach the environment, and it's not the brand image, it is not the brand image that we sell offshore. And I think anyone looking to sell quality, high-value products from New Zealand to the rest of the world would be quite horrified at what is happening here. It's not saying that it should shut down, it's simply saying a consent should be required, and the consent may specify actions that should be taken, not to shut it down, but actions that should be taken to ensure that that contamination reduces fairly quickly, because most farmers around the country have had to do this already.
Catherine Weed.
I move that debate on this question now close.
If we're going to keep repeating ourselves, then I will take a closure motion. Steve Abel.
I have a very specific question on the same clause, but it is a specifically different question, because how does this amendment apply to water bodies that are drinking water sources? So we know that the obligation of our water management systems are to protect sources of drinking water, which are rivers, lakes and aquifers, from pollution and contamination. It's a very pertinent question, obviously, because people are right now threatened in terms of their drinking water supplies from contaminated drinking water, the obvious one increasing significantly being nitrate across those areas of high dairy intensity. So my question, Minister, is how does this amendment at clause 15 apply to water bodies that are known drinking water sources, source water?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
I'm advised in relation to that question from Mr Abel that human drinking water is protected by the Drinking Water Standards for New Zealand regulations under the Water Services Act, which will remain in force and in fact will be improved through the Local Water Done Well programme. No, it won't apply. Separate.
The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
I'm going to jump ahead quite a bit, but I note that my colleagues in the Greens have got a number of amendments in between. But if we go to subpart 5B, and I'm looking here at the Minister's amendment paper, and so he has new subpart 5B, which is planning processes stopped until 31 December 2027. And this is, well, I might call it draconian, but it's a major step, and I know the Minister will say that this is to do with the fact that he repealed the Natural and Built Environments Act and the Spatial Planning Act and intends to bring some new resource management laws into Parliament at some stage. I'm looking at page 18 of the amendment of the amendment paper 347. So that is why we have to wait until the 31st of December 2027. But this has got very real effects for a lot of councils, and so I think it's important that we spend some time on it. And I know I won't be the only person who wants to spend some time asking questions around this new subpart 5B. Noting, of course, Madam Chair, that we only received this major amendment this morning. So this has not been through Select Committee, Madam Chair. So what it seems to be about is that the Minister, or this Act, when it's an Act, will stop councils from doing any new or progressing with any plan changes. And it specifies when things have to be withdrawn and how that goes, how that happens. However, there are some discretions that the Minister has in deciding whether or not there should be an exemption. And I think this is an important point to note on. And there are automatic exemptions, and there's also an ability for councils to apply for an exemption. And then if they do apply for an exemption, there are criteria for the Minister's consideration. So that's on pages 20, 21 and 22. So a couple of questions here. One is at back on page 19. There's a new 80Q when proposed planning instruments must be withdrawn. And this is the wording, and I'd like the Minister to comment on this, please, because it is quite confusing. So it's a local authority must withdraw a proposed planning instrument as soon as possible after the subpart commences, but not later than 90 working days after the commencement of the subpart, unless, and then there are a number of exemptions. So if the Minister could clarify what he thinks that clause means, that would be useful. But what I'm more interested in is what analysis has been undertaken of the number of councils and the number of plans that this clause will apply to. Does the Minister know how many plans will be affected? And has there been an analysis of the amount of work that councils have undertaken to get the plans to that stage, and what is the nuisance that he's trying to remedy by stopping the plans until the end of December 2027? The Minister has already said that, well, there's always different balances to be had in planning legislation and the relationship between the local and the national. But has there been some analysis that has determined that all these plans that are going to be stopped, or potential plans that are going to be stopped, will somehow be inconsistent with his future legislation, yet consistent with this legislation? And what are the types of differences then that have led to that analysis?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Madam Chair, I mean, the member makes not an unreasonable point. So in answer to her questions, how many and what analysis has been done, officials have undertaken some analysis. We don't have perfect visibility, as the member will remember from her own time as Minister for the Environment, or Associate Minister. We don't have perfect visibility in central government land about everything that happens in local government land. We have some visibility over it. There are some plan changes that are yet to start that won't be able to. There are some kind of at the starting point, or at least have progressed to some extent, but we don't have perfect visibility over it. But the key, I think it would be a mistake to get worked up about that, to be honest, because at a certain level, with Parliament about to replace the Resource Management Act, at some point you have to say, well, the old stops and the new starts. And, reasonable people can debate, where and when that is. But there has to be some point, there has to be a turning off at some point and a turning on at a new point. That's true, except this is a vehicle in order to do that now, to provide legal clarity. And actually, I've been getting, messages and a bit of a call from councils for legal clarity, and so we're trying to provide that. So I think it's sort of all relatively laid out through ADP, Q, QA, R, S, T, etc. The general rule is planning instruments have to stop unless there's an exemption, which can be automatic, or there's an exemption through me as the Minister, and we've worked pretty hard to get that right. So, for example, if there's planning processes required to give effect to Treaty Waitangi settlements, for example, that's all good. And there's a variety of other applications for exemption through ATU, where the applicant has to provide sufficient information, they have to provide what the copy of the plan is. They have to identify the parts of the instrument for which the exemption is applied for. I can request further information. There's criteria that the Minister has to consider. So I think it's all pretty clearly laid out now. Look, reasonable people can disagree about whether or not the balance is right, but the government's view is that, frankly, we don't want councils undertaking long and expensive plan changes over the next 2 years in advance of the new resource management system coming on stream, because those plan changes will have to change. I mean, to give a sort of obvious, notable example, we've signalled pretty clearly that the new planning system will create or require the use of standardised zones. Now, actually, quite a lot of support in the Parliament for greater standardisation at a planning and a zoning level. I think both Labor and the Greens have indicated some support for that concept of the new planning system. Well, we've currently got 1,175 different bespoke zones in the country. Christchurch has got 240-something different zones. How many? Oh, it's in the 300s. Okay. Well, you'd know more than I would, as the member for Banks Peninsula. But anyway, the short point is not about Christchurch. The point is we've got too many different zones for a country of our size. It's way too complicated, and the risk is that. And the new planning system is going to result in fewer zones, and it's going to be easier for councils to use them. But the last thing we want is councils creating even more of a complicated planning environment between now and the new system. So we're just going to say no. Now, there'll be some things that have to continue. There are some things in which it makes sense to continue, and the law provides a pathway through for that. But the general starting point is no. You've got to stop. Get ready for the new system. Stop focusing on the old system. Now, reasonable people can disagree about at what point that should be, but I think we've worked pretty hard to try and get the balance about right.
Tangi Ushikiri.
Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for his responses there. This section that relates to Clause 23A is of interest to me as Labor's local government spokesperson. And the Minister does talk about ATT and U and the like, but I want to talk about ATV, I want to ask a question about ATV, and that's about the criteria that the Minister would basically have to consider for determining whether an exemption should be granted or not. Before I do that, and that's a particular clause that hasn't been touched on yet, but before I do that, I'm still a little bit perplexed as to how the Minister arrived at the automatic nature of exemptions. In terms of what is the driving force around that? Is it around economic growth and no further consideration as to anything else? Perhaps that's something that might slightly exercise his mind. However, on ATV, this is where the Minister would be required to turn their mind to whether or not an exemption will be granted under Section 80U, which, okay, that outlines the process that a local authority would need to go through to effectively lodge one. My question, Minister, is that the nature of the criteria there does seem to be somewhat broad. I mean, the final one, H, is effectively a catch-all. You know, basically it's anything that the Minister considers appropriate. But the other two that I want to touch on is D, which relates to an exemption that would effectively better enable climate change to be managed. Now, what would that look like in terms of a qualitative approach to that? Because there's nothing here that actually guides the Minister's approach around this. Yes, it's set criteria, but the wording is very, very vague for something that's been landed late in the piece. The other one is, for example, G, where this relates to a recommendation from the Environment Court and whether a response to a recommendation would be enabled. Well, a response could be anything from something minor to something a little bit more fulsome. So my question to the Minister really is, what is going to guide the exercise of the consideration of those criteria? Or is it simply that it's actually fully in the ambit of the Minister to determine what they consider as appropriate for each of those? Because there's no sort of suggestion that there'd be any underlying, not that there could possibly, well, I don't think there could be some secondary ledge around that, like this is a primary ledge aspect. But what would effectively be driving the Minister's consideration in a range of those various options?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Madam Chair, thank you. Good questions. In relation to the automatic exemptions, we thought pretty carefully about the automatic ones, and subsection 2 in 80T lays them out. And I think it's sort of difficult for people to disagree with them, to be honest. The streamlined planning processes are the housing, largely give effect to the housing changes or housing plan changes. The other ones relate to natural hazards planning instruments, for example, which I think everyone's in favour that we do a better job on. H relates to Treaty of Waitangi settlements. So I think those all make pretty straightforward sense. In relation to the ATV, the member's points, he asks what will guide the Minister in terms of decisions. Well, the law will be the primary and in fact the only starting point, because we're a government that believes in the rule of law. So ultimately the Minister will have to be guided by the law that's laid out in ATV. He asks about climate change to be managed. Well, one example of that is plan changes that give effect to areas that have been identified as flood risk, for example, as a result of climate change, where you may wish to put in place prohibitions against building. That would, I'm just thinking out loud, but that's an example of where you would want a plan change to potentially go ahead, not at all fettering my discretion if I am indeed the Minister who ends up applying that section. And H, you're right, H is a catch-all, which is that there will always be a range of circumstances that the law can't envisage, and so H is there as a bit of a catch-all, just in case it's required. But it's a relatively exhaustive list at ATV 2A through G. And again, I think reasonable people can disagree, but I think we've got the balance about right. But fair question.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Some more questions on this subpart from me. One is when a local authority, a council might apply for an exemption, they can do that. I'm wondering, is he expecting it to be just in a letter form? What is the expectation there? And I note that they must provide with its application rather than applying it in writing. Application sounds more formal. That they must provide a copy of the proposed planning document. And my question here is, what if a council is considering doing a plan change that they haven't yet drafted up, and they won't draft up if the minister's going to say no, they'll wait till the 31st of December 2027, over a year after whenever our next election is, and so how much work do they put into it? And I mentioned this, I was talking with some people from Otago, unsurprisingly, the other day, and the air plan is, I'm told, very out of date. So at the moment, it's a permitted activity to burn the plastic wrap that hay bales come in. And that is something that probably should not be a permitted activity, and there are other aspects of their air plan that are quite out of date. So can they write to the minister and say, our air plan is quite out of date and we'd like to change it to address these issues A, B and C? Or do they have to actually draft the entire instrument before they can apply to the minister? And the consequence of this could be that a lot of matters that need small changes could be delayed unnecessarily for some time. So that's one question. Then going over to ADV and the criteria that the minister's just discussed, and I note that he said that H was a catch-all. Does he think then that H will be able to be applied to housing and infrastructure? Because some of the lawyers that I've been talking to today are worried that this criteria will slow down housing and infrastructure plan changes because they're not included there. And then a further question to that is, has he considered the impacts on improving human health? That could relate back to my air plan issue. Or in fact, benefiting the environment in any way. This, I appreciate the climate change issues being included in that criteria, but was there consideration of those other issues? And then going back to this catch-all in H, how does it relate to Part 2 of the Act? Does the Minister assume that if he's considering for any other reason that it will have to be consistent with the purpose of the Act and sustainable management? Or does he think it doesn't have to be? And would it be useful to refer specifically to Part 2 in that catch-all? And is that something that he has considered or would consider or would like me to write an amendment on?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Well, in relation to the members' questions, there's quite a range there. Councils can apply via letter if they would like, or there'll be a variety of ways. The normal way of correspondence in this country is still letters, albeit PDFs, but letters works. That's all good. The member asks, essentially a series of hypotheticals about what councils may or may not be doing at a time. I'm not going to entertain hypotheticals. If the amendment meets with the approval of the House, then people will be able to follow the law and take legal advice as well. So, given I may end up being a decision maker on that, I don't necessarily want to get in the way of hypotheticals relating to it. The member asks about housing and infrastructure. There are actually automatic exemptions for some of the housing stuff already. So, for example, intensified streamlined planning processes, which are essentially housing processes, are automatically exempt, and likewise draft planning instruments that implement the requirements of a national policy statement, for example, the NPSUD, etc. And there are also there are potentially also the catch-all that the member talks about, which is H, that could potentially cover that off. It's not the intention to stymie housing and infrastructure plan changes that are sensible between now and the new system starting.
Rachel Boyack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to come to some parts of the bill that have not been discussed, I believe, tonight, and I will probably have some follow-up questions for the Minister on, I believe, what might be one of his favourite topics, and that is the Gordon Wilson apartments. So let's dig in, team. So I just want to start by looking at Clause 20, which amends Section 80C of the RMA, and just looking at the Minister's amendment paper number 347 and looking on page, I'll help with the page number if helpful, on page 23. My question is, because this is obviously the first time we've seen this particular part of the legislation, and I think just to put on record, I don't think there's anyone in this House that wants to see these apartments live another day. So, you know, am appreciative. Speak up now, forever hold your peace kind of moment. The question I've got is why is it that we actually need a specific section in the Act rather than actually amending the RMA so that that can then be applied for this particular circumstance? And the reason I ask that is there will probably be other examples around the country that would fit this description. And why is it that we need a separate clause specifically for the Gordon Wilson flats rather than actually amending the legislation so that that can be applied for the Gordon Wilson flats and other heritage listed buildings that meet the same set of criteria? I do have some more questions that will probably need to come under part 2 because it's around the schedule and that amend other instruments related to Wellington City Council. So I wouldn't mind some clarification from the Chair that I can raise those under later parts rather than now. So some advice on that would be helpful. But my first question to the Minister is, why do we need an entire new section put in here rather than actually amending the RMA to a point where we would be able to achieve that and then also apply it to other scenarios that are very, very similar, because they will happen again?
Just to clarify for the member, you're very welcome to ask questions about part 2 in part 2. Okay. Lan Farm.
Chair. And again, I am on a clause that has not yet been discussed, and I want to use this as an example because it's a little clause on page 13, and it is clause 13, about section 43A amended contents of national environmental standards, and it appears at face value to not have any significant implications. But if you actually read the RMA and the implications for it, you can understand that it's very significant, because this is a clause in the bill that makes a change to the national environmental standards in relation to aquaculture. And the clause may state that an application to change or cancel consent conditions by a consent holder must be treated as a controlled or restricted discretionary activity. And it sets out that the councils would need to state the matters over which control is reserved or discretion is restricted. Now, our amendment is actually just to delete this clause. And that's because the implications of this clause is that these controlled activities can then not be declined, meaning that even if there was an application to change or cancel those consent conditions, that they must be granted. And this would be the case even if the condition was actually important to control these things that us and our communities all care about. Things like adverse effects on the environment, things like adverse effects on our communities, on people, or even other consent holders who have rights under their own existing consents. So we don't believe that this clause will ensure that the effects of aquaculture are actually managed in an effective way, and we would like the consideration that it's deleted. This is particularly in the context of this further dismantling of environmental protections that we've seen from this government, particularly when it comes to this blanket extension that all marine consent holders were given out to 2050. And this is another aspect of that where, again, any protections or standards that are in place are being weakened. So I would really like to hear the Minister's comments as to why he thinks changes of this magnitude are again justified in this way when he's looking at the RMA system, and this has clear, not only significant impacts, but could actually cause like confusion and complexity in the interim towards this new bill. So why is it in here? We're proposing that it's deleted. Love to hear if the Minister would consider that.
Grant. Sorry, Dr. Vanessa Weenink.
Debate on this question now close.
I have to say we are getting close, and we're starting to go backwards in the bill. So please, keep the material new in areas that we haven't yet covered. I call Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Chair, noting that I've jumped ahead again, so people might want to jump back to areas that have not been touched at all, and noting there are a lot of amendment papers on this bill as well. But I want to talk about 106A and the changes to that. And these are changes that were made at the Select Committee, so that is on Clause 37. But actually, before I get to Clause 37, I just note in the Minister's amendment paper, it goes from Clause 33 to Clause 36. There is no 34 or 35. And that is because those bits were deleted by the Select Committee. But I'm wondering if that is meaningful in any way in terms of the Minister's amendment and if the numbers need to change. But that is not my substantive point, Madam Chair. But, I don't know. My substantive point is about 106A, and this is when a council, a territorial authority, can refuse land use consent in certain circumstances. And it's a really important section in the RMA because it's about hazards, and where there are hazards is a reason for saying no to somebody wanting to put something in a place that's not suitable. And the intent of the changes as the bill was introduced, as I understood it, was to strengthen those natural hazard provisions. And that is something that I commend, Madam Chair, and we need more of that. However, after the discussion and submissions on this point, there's been an addition at 4, subsection 4, that this provision to stop people putting things in hazard areas doesn't apply if it's the construction, upgrade, maintenance or operations of infrastructure or primary production activities as described in the National Planning Standards. And I would like the Minister to explain why he thinks this exception is needed, particularly for infrastructure. I can understand if you have a couple of sheep in an area that might be a hazard-prone area, that that might be an exemption, but then you wouldn't be needing a land use consent in the first place. Land use consents are needed for when you're building stuff generally. So that circumstance is, you might not even need a land use consent, although sometimes you might, so that might be I might be answering on behalf of the Minister on primary production. But if primary production includes things like sheds, why would we have sheds in hazard areas? But more importantly, because I can see there's some arguments for primary production, I can't see the arguments for building new infrastructure. So maybe maintaining old infrastructure but then again, you probably wouldn't need the trigger of a land use consent. So why would you exempt the construction of infrastructure from this provision that is trying to stop us from building things in hazard zones? And it does seem that this addition that was added at the Select Committee seems to go against the whole point of the other amendments to 106A, which I think were good amendments to try and make it easier for councils to be able to say no to activities that are going to be in hazard areas where there's a significant risk from natural hazards. Thank you.
Scott Willis.
And it's nice to be able to take a call after dinner break when everyone's feeling all cheery, having had a good meal and something to drink. And I'm sure members opposite have with the Movember visit. My question relates to Clause 29, new section 88BA. And I particularly want to relate to AP 307. There are several questions, well, a couple of questions actually. One of them is, and I've asked this question previously without an answer, I think where it says specified energy activity, it actually relates to biomass. Burning of biomass, and this is to make it really clear, it's 88BA says certain consents must be processed and decided no later than 1 year after lodgement. 1. The time period within which a consent authority must process and decide an application for a resource consent for a specified energy activity or wood processing activity, the time period is 1 year after the date the application is lodged. So the first question is, could the Minister clarify exactly what is meant by specified energy activity? And that's the first question. The second question, and I realise that there's helpful input coming from other members, but the Minister might just like to clarify that shortly. But the other question I've got really is around this concern that we have that when we have wood processing activities, there may be issues with chemical residues or toxic discharge into waterways that will require greater consideration. And if we hear from this government that evidence-based policy is really important, we don't see it, but we hear it. In this case, it would be helpful if we understood that the government wanted to take care before allowing activities that put our environment at further risk, further polluting our environment. And in that case, we suggest that we need a greater flexibility prior to consenting, prior to ensuring that there's a simple 1 year cut-off date. So what we believe that the time period extensions should be granted if further information is required to support that decision making, particularly when it relates to the environmental effects such as chemical discharge, toxic discharge that's not always clear or obvious in the applications. So if the Minister would like to consider the amendment that we've put forward, which is after Clause 29, new section 88BA2, page 22, after line 31, insert 2A. Despite subsection 1, a consent authority may extend the time period if it has requested further information from the applicant under section 92.1 or commissioned a report under section 92.2. 2B, an extension under subsection 2A must not be for longer than is necessary for the information requested or commissioned to be available. And in clause 29, new section 88BA5, after if the time period is extended, page 23, 25, insert other than an extension under subsection 2A. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Well, I feel like sort of back to the future. We dealt with this issue 3 hours ago, which is the definition of specified energy infrastructure. We've dealt with this. It's the answer to the member's question about what is the definition of it. It's in the bill, so read it. It's in the bill. We're not proposing to adopt the member's amendment. To deal with the other issues that have been raised just in the last few minutes, in relation to Rachel Boyack's amendment around the Gordon Wilson flats. Acknowledge it's an unusual use of Parliament's power to delist and make permitted activity the demolition of something. It's an extreme circumstance. Overdue. It's a good point. Some people feel quite strongly about this eyesore on the Wellington Vista. So it is an unusual use of Parliament's time and energy, but I think worth doing. It's been widely welcomed by Wellingtonians. We're not proposing to do anything to use the same process for other heritage-based or alleged heritage entities. Well, it's tempting, but no. But help is on the way, because the member also asked why do we not just make it easier to delist things, and the good news is the bill does that. So it sets up a streamlined planning process in order to delist heritage buildings. So the bill does that, and I fully anticipate that there are a variety of heritage buildings that will potentially apply for that. In fact, the Wellington City Council, as I understand it, is already creating a list, including the gas tank, the alleged gas tank that's protected out in Island Bay. And you never know, you may well see an application from the Parliamentary Service for the Press Gallery Annex, which is also allegedly heritage listed. You never know. Mr. Speaker may well write me a letter. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. In relation to Lan Farm's question about the national environmental standards, I'm advised that the policy makes it easier to change or cancel conditions on marine farm consents, helping marine farmers innovate while consents are active. The bill enables a national environmental standard to contain rules that specify when an application for a change or cancellation of consent conditions for aquaculture activities must be considered as a controlled or restricted as discretionary activity. These provisions cannot be used to fundamentally alter or expand the original consented activity and cannot result in materially different adverse effects compared to the original activity. For example, the provisions could not be used to increase the number of salmon that could be farmed under a consent. For example, in relation to Rachel Brooking's question about section 106, it's a legitimate point about why there's an exemption for land use consents in relation to construction, upgrade, maintenance, or operation of infrastructure. It's about the balance. Infrastructure is of critical importance as well, and there will be circumstances in which that is appropriate.
Grant McCullum.
Debate on this question now closed.
We are getting very, very close, and I do note that the records that I have in front of me show that there is now quite a bit of repetition appearing, so if we're not going to get any new more material, I will take a closure motion. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
All new material, I can assure you there's quite a lot more in this amendment paper to go, let alone the bill as reported back from the Select Committee. My first question is looking at the amendment paper, is a change to clause 41. There's a new clause 41, amending section 123, duration of a consent. And now it includes different replacing and inserting, and now it includes a reference to section 125 of the RMA, and I'm just wondering why it is that 125 has been included in there, what the rationale is for that change between the amendment paper and the bill as reported back. Now going on to 44A, clause 44A, and this is new sections 127A to 127C inserted. And this is all about that great region, Madam Chair. best place in the country, of course, is Otago. And members might recall that about a year or so ago, in a committee stage of a bill, without notice, the government did an amendment and stopped the Otago Regional Council from notifying their land and water plan. And now I guess they don't need to feel left out because everyone else is going to be stopped as well until the end of December 2027. But now there's all these specific provisions regarding the new issuing of new water permits in Otago. And my first question on this point is if that Otago land and water plan that was going to be notified, if it had been notified, would these changes in this legislation now have been needed? And then a more specific question is that there are limits on how long the water permits can be for, and so there's the 6-year limit. But there is an exception for that, and that includes hydropower. And I'm wondering if there also needs to be an exception for the taking for drinking water, or if the other provisions in the RMA are already sufficient for drinking water. But then again, another question about the sort of advice that this government may have sought or not sought on the implications of having these 6-year limit on these water plans and what sort of water takes will be affected by it. And then if he could also comment on new 127, which is the extension of certain existing water permits under the regional plan water, and it has to do with an expiry date, and it says 5 years, but then if the permit was granted on or after the 18th of March 2020 and for a duration of no more than 6 years, and the permit is valid on the commencement date, why do we have this section 127C when we already have 127B? So if the Minister could explain the relationship between those two provisions and what existing permits might be picked up by one and not the other, and is it just that some are existing and some are new? And again, what the analysis has been of the water permits that might be in the pipeline, so to speak, to be new ones with the 6-year limit, and what are the extension of them. So if he could explain that, and also my earlier point of if he hadn't stopped the notification of the land and water plan, would these provisions have been needed? What is the problem here that is trying to be fixed?
Steve Abel.
Yeah, I very much appreciate the call. I'm going to zero in on a very specific thing to be clear that this is not repetition. It is about clause 37. My colleague Rachel Brooking asked a question on this that has not been answered, but the question specifically related to the definition of natural hazards in that clause. And just to clarify, it's a clause that gives the right of councils to put conditions where there are significant risks from natural hazards, but it gives a carve-out which means that councils are not allowed to put conditions on activities defined as primary production activities in the national planning standards. And those are, because this is the question that my colleague asked, primary production activities could include any aquaculture, mining, agriculture, pastoral, quarrying or forestry, any processing or ancillary activities of those activities, and any land, buildings or infrastructure used for the production of commodities from those activities. So, in explicit definition, my uncle, who was an orchardist, who had a processing barn for dealing with his citrus fruit and his feijoas, might have wanted to put that in a floodplain. And this carve-out would prohibit the council from refusing a consent for that. So ancillary buildings to do with the processing of primary production, that's but one example. I just would love if the Minister could clarify why it would be beneficial, given that we know farmers are on the front line of the impacts of extreme weather events, and putting buildings in high hazard areas seems senseless. And if a council has an ability to dissuade a farmer from doing that through not giving consent, that surely is a better outcome. There's a specific amendment that relates to this, Madam Chair. I'll be done before 2 minutes is up. It is amendment number 317, and it would remove simply in clause 37.4 that carve-out, which gives a special exemption to primary production. It's not that the councils can't consent those activities, it's just that they should have the option of not consenting them if they're going to cause a natural hazard.
Rachel Brooken.
Number of new questions, and I'm going to go through both the amendment paper and the bill as reported back from the Select Committee. But the first questions relate to the amendment paper and new amendments to Part 7A of the Principal Act 46A. Includes restrictions on Section 128 reviews of conditions of extended coastal permits, and I think this is related to the provisions directly above it as well at clause 45, new subsection 4. And it would be useful if the Minister could comment on why these changes, which relate to restrictions on Section 128 review of conditions on extended coastal permits, how this relates to the legislation that went through the House last year regarding marine farms and their 20-year extensions, if this is following that logic or if it's to be for different types of coastal activities. That would be useful to know, and how reviews are undertaken, remembering of course that in that marine farm legislation, that if a regional council chose to undertake a review and they only had a 2-year period to do it, then they had to pay for the review themselves, the council itself rather, and not the applicant. So if this is any way similar to that, remembering of course that we've only seen this amendment today, that's one of my questions. Then if we move on to back to the Act, the bill as it was reported back from the Select Committee. I had a question that's now moved. And I'm interested that the government members opposite keep jumping up and trying to close this debate when we've only seen this amendment paper today and it's 80 pages. Yet they want to just close the debate rather than ask the Minister very reasonable questions about what this review is going to mean. And so I have in fact lost my place on my Select Committee bill, so I will go to the next issue on the amendment paper that I have, and this is at clause 50, and I'm jumping around noting that my colleagues I'm sure will have questions in the bits in between. And section 50 is section 168 amendment, and that's the notice of requirement by territorial authorities. And part of this bill is to make it simpler for designations to occur, to put it very simply, and that's not something, that is an issue that we've been supporting. However, the amendment paper is removing at 51C that if the requiring authority has an interest in the land, then it has to show that it's, well, I'm going to read it out. If the requiring authority has an interest in the land sufficient for undertaking the work and the work is likely to result in any significant adverse effects on the environment, any possible alternative locations or methods for undertaking the activity. But that has been struck out, and the further consideration at what was sub 2. So the question is, why is that change been made to this designation process where it's the requirement, talking of requiring authorities, but that the need to look at alternative locations was only when there was going to be a significant adverse effect. So not when there was just an adverse effect, you didn't need to look at alternatives, but now, even if there is a significant adverse effect, then the requiring authority no longer appears to need to look for any alternative locations. So this is something that often happens with road building, and I'm presuming that this could mean that there would be a relationship then with the taking of land for the designation. So if you can explain where it is that this change has come from and what it is that it's supposed to do, and if it relates to the other legislation that's going through select committees at the moment about Public Works Act.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Deal with a few of these questions, which I think are relatively easily dealt with. Member Rachel Brooking asked about, would something be required if something hadn't happened? Well, I don't know. The point is it did happen, so it's sort of difficult to answer that in a way that makes logical sense, because something did happen, so we are now dealing with what is before the House right now. Correct. Well, the answer is I don't know, but because it did happen. So, it's sort of irrelevant what may or may not have happened, because it did happen. Sort of interesting thought experiment, but Parliament doesn't usually indulge itself in those things. Steve Abel asks about the exemption for primary production. The short point is that there's a whole variety of stuff that happens in a primary production which isn't affected by natural hazards. It's not a threat to life, it just goes on. And so, I don't think that we should be particularly concerned about that. Rachel Brooking asks about the two different types of things at 127B and C. The short answer there is that one is for new takes, one is for existing takes. She also asks around coastal permits, which is section 128. Yes, it is a follow-on from the changes made last year, but it's a relatively discrete set of changes, and I think makes logical sense.
Ryan Hamilton. The question is that debate on this question. Excuse me, I'm taking a vote which will be taken in silence. The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is being called for. Would the clerk quiet during voting? Would the clerk please conduct a party vote?
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT, New Zealand.
Votes in favour.
New Zealand First. Te Pāti Māori.
Opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendments to AP number 347 relating to Part 1 set out on AP number 348 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. The question is that the Minister's tabled amendments to AP number 347, amending clause 23B, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. The question is that Honourable Rachel Brookings tabled amendment to AP number 347, deleting paragraph CA in the definition of specified energy activity in new section 2(1) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed. Can I correct my vote,
Simon
please?
Court.
Madam Chair, that's correct.
I haven't declared the vote. Would the member like to cast his vote again?
Yeah, I'll cast my vote again. It's 11 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 1 set out on AP number 347 as amended be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. The question is that Scott Willis's amendment set out on AP number 295 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendment set out on AP number 296 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
9 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genter's amendments set out on AP number 297 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genter's amendments set out on AP number 298 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendments set out on AP number 299 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendments set out on AP number 300 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendments set out on AP number 301 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendments set out on AP number 302 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New
11
Zealand.
opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendment set out on AP number 303 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
Votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Land Farms amendment set out on AP number 304 is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Land Farms amendment to Part 1 set out on AP number 305 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
Votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Timothy Paul's amendment set out on AP number 334 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Sorry, just Labour to repeat their vote for you.
Could the Labour Party please repeat your vote?
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
Was that opposed? Yes. New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 20, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed. The question is that Timothy Paul's amendment set out on AP number 335 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 20, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed. The question is that Timothy Paul's amendment set out on AP number 336 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 20, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendments set out on AP number 306 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for, please.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendments set out on AP number 307 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
You didn't even call for... No, you can't do that. You didn't even say yea or nay. You did not.
No, I didn't actually hear anyone vote before this side said no.
You got to
So
vote.
I'm going to make a call on that one and say the noes have it.
That's right.
And I'll run the House, Mr. Minister.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yes. Point of order, Kieran McAnulty.
I mean, we can only go by what we hear, but I heard a no and I heard 2 calls for a party vote. I'm sitting pretty much parallel to you.
Yeah, I didn't hear the vote come. I heard the party vote call afterwards, but I did not hear that. It was very silent over here in that initial stages. So I can only go by what I hear as well, Mr. McAnulty. So I'm going to leave that call where it is because the vote didn't come forth in the beginning on that side. So a party vote was called for, but the vote wasn't originally cast. The question is that Huhana Linden's amendment set out on AP number 308 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk. Now, that was very clear. Thank you.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendment set out on AP number 309 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Scott Willis's amendment set out on AP number 310 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
12 or 11.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendment set out on AP number 311 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendment set out on AP number 312 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Clerk, thank you.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendment set out on AP number 313 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's amendment set out on AP number 314 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendment set out on AP number 315 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's amendment set out on AP number 316 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Rachel Brookings tabled amendment to clause 37, deleting new section 106A4 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Steve Abel's amendment set out on AP number 317 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms Amendment set out on AP number 318 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Scott Willis's amendment set out on AP number 319 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
Votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Huhana Linden's amendment set out on AP number 320 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. No. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Scott Willis's amendment to Part 1 set out on AP number 321 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. No. Party vote has been called for, please.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Scott Willis's amendment set out on AP number 322 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Huhana Linden's amendment set out on AP number 323 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
To make it better.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Huhana Linden's amendment set out on AP number 324 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Steve Abel's amendment set out on AP number 325 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Steve Abel's amendment set out on AP number 326 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Steve Abel's amendment set out on AP number 327 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendment set out on AP number 328 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendment set out on AP number 329 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendment set out on AP number 330 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farms amendment set out on AP number 331 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's amendment set out on AP number 332 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand. 11 opposed. New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Part 1 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. Members, we now come to Part 2. Part 2 is the debate on clauses 70 to 81, amendments to the schedules of the Principal Act and amendments to other enactments and Schedules 1 and 2. The question is that Part 2 stand part. Point of order, Arlene Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking. Two speakers ruling 68.3 and 68.5. Madam Chair, this is not a question of whether you are the sole judge of whether a committee stage should accept a closure motion. Of course, we are not arguing with that. But the problem is that in that very long-standing ruling, it is one of the longest-standing rulings in this House that dates back to 1930, it's still expressed in that reading that it shouldn't be used too harshly. We find ourselves in the situation now where it has been used to limit the contributions of 2 front bench Labor members on farm plans and regulations, which is new material which hasn't been dealt with. And so I have 2 points of order on this. The first is this. I seek leave for the Honourable Rachel Brooking to give a 10-minute call and a 5-minute Q&A on farm plans and regulations.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? Yes. Yes, there is.
Point of order.
Second point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the case that it's not the will of the governing parties to allow the spokesperson to make a call on what is new material and has not been dealt with, we find ourselves in some trouble because anyone following along in this committee stage will know how important those farm plans and regulations changes are and hasn't had the opportunity to follow the questions that haven't been raised by the spokespeople. So I'm asking you to remedy that situation by allowing the Honourable Rachel Brooking to make a call as it relates relates to Part 2 on those two things. You may hear some material, Madam Chair, which does not directly relate to Part 2, but is related to the farm plans.
So on this point of order, we are up to Part 2, and I will allow any questions that relate to Part 2, but I won't relate to anything added into Part 2 that's not in Part 2. In relation to the closure, I had been watching for some time, and I did hear a number of warnings from the previous speaker about things becoming repetitive. If something hasn't been brought up at that point in time, if it's becoming repetitive, and we have a discussion as we change over, and the call was made, if something hasn't been brought up at that point and repetition is going on, then I stand by my ruling. So the question is that Part 2 stand part. Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to jump ahead, given that previous ruling and that I didn't get to some very important parts in Part 1, being farm plans and the new totally draconian regulation making power that the Minister will now have that we haven't discussed. And members opposite just tell me to cheer up. No, I will not cheer up by this terrible lawmaking process that we see over and over by this government, where they introduce huge amendments that do not go to select committee and arrive on the legislation website on the day that we are debating them. This is a terrible thing. So I want to be talking about Schedule 1. And this is about the Auckland...
I'm trying to hear the member, please. Schedule 1. I didn't hear what the member said after that.
And I'm interested in... it's Schedule 3C, Schedule 1 of this, a new 3C inserted, and it's the process for Auckland Council to withdraw Plan Change 78 and do a new one. And I'm sure other members will have many questions about the ins and outs of how this will work. But what I want to focus on is qualifying matters, Madam Chair. And why I want to do that is because I sat on the Environment Select Committee in the last Parliament, where we had a bipartisan support for the MDRS, the medium density residential standards. And the National Party then campaigned on getting rid of that, and we've had a process whereby the bill is introduced was going to make it optional for councils to do the MDRS, and then as reported back, no longer made it optional. It provides a way for Auckland and Christchurch to do intensification in a different way, and I'm sure our Labour's spokesperson will want to speak on that point, and that we are not opposing these particular changes, and that we do note that the Minister has talked about these for some time, and I note that he's also talked to the Auckland Council about it. But the part I'm interested in is these qualifying matters, because when we did the legislation last term for the MDRS, there was a lot of discussion on the qualifying matters. And we see here at what will be Clause 4 in Part 1, that the requirements for Auckland Unitary Plan if Plan Change 78 is withdrawn. And at Subclause 2, it says, so it requires this density that I'm sure other people will talk about, including the 15 stories at locations around some train stations. But then it says at Clause 2, that or if Policy 3 is authorised to do so by Clause 8. And Clause 8 is the qualifying matters. So if we jump to Clause 8, so why I'm interested in this, Madam Chair, is this amendment is saying you have to build, if you're going to get rid of your planning instrument that's been implementing the MDRS, that's okay, so long as you do this intensification. And so when you are doing that intensification, there are some qualifying matters. And those qualifying matters in Clause 8 refer at A back to Section 77(1), I, little a to I, of the Resource Management Act. And very quickly, those qualifying matters relate to Section 6 matters of national significance, things that are in national policy statements, things relating to the Waikato River Authority, Hauraki Gulf, nationally significant infrastructure, open space, designations, special iwi provisions, and providing for business land. So these are the things that are already in the Act that relate to the MDRS. And then we can look at B, which is any other matter that relates to clause, but only if clause 4 is satisfied. So then we look to clause 4, and that requires that any specific characteristic must be specified, and then it also must be justified, and that it must include a site-specific analysis. So my question, Madam Chair,
Honourable Rachel Booker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, goes to character areas. These are an issue that is often a political hot topic in Auckland. So would a character area be able to be a qualifying matter if it is not a site-specific analysis? So could, and noting that in 5 it talks about identifying by location, for example by mapping, that's at clause 5A, would that mapping be enough to be over a whole number of streets, say, to say that it was a character area, or would something that's a character area, so importantly not a section 6 matter that comes under section 771A, would a general area be able to be mapped and be a qualifying area, or does it have to be a site-specific area if it's not one of the 77I, A to I's? You're following that? Thank you.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
It's a complicated issue, and the member did quite a good traverse through a complicated area of law. The short point is this: special character in and of itself is not a qualifying matter, despite what many people think. It's not a catch-all qualifying matter. It comes about through the any other matter, as the member raises, and that does require a site-specific adjudication. So there hasn't been any change to the existing MDRS provisions in this bill. Reasonable people can have a disagreement about whether or not that's the right approach, but we've not opened up that debate for this bill. What the bill does is let Auckland Council withdraw its plan change. It says that if they do that, they have to provide as much capacity as exists under the existing PC 78s. There's no loss of qualifying matters. It doubles down on the idea around density around train stations, Morningside, Mount Albert, Mangawhau, Kingsland, and says you've got to go above and beyond even what the legal requirements are now. There's been a bit of commentary about whether or not that avoids the need to upzone around train stations. Generally it doesn't, because that's an existing MPSUD requirement that just says around city rail link stations in particular, given there's such significant capacity being built into the Auckland Railway network, that we think it makes sense to allow for a lot of capacity, particularly around stations like Kingsland, for example. Doesn't alter the qualifying matters and the approach to them as per the existing law. So we will be in the slightly unusual situation where Auckland and Canterbury will be exempt from the MDRS provisions, and there's lots of complicated reasons as to how we've got ourselves into this situation. It's probably not a lot of point traversing how we got there. The point is, I think this is actually a good solution for Auckland, and that's why the government's negotiated and worked quite hard with His Worship Wayne Brown in order to get to this position. It's met with the approval of the Auckland Council, and in fact they have already started work on the replacement plan change in advance of this bill passing, so that they can move quickly by October, November to notify a new plan change.
Timothy Paul.
Madam Chair, so I have some specific questions about the proposed sections 82 through to 86, which are around the Wellington City proposed plan.
Actually, can you just refer me to, because we're on clauses 70 to 81. Thank you. The clerk's just clarified with me the new provisions being added, so that's okay. Carry on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. So obviously these amendments are specifically related to the Gordon Wilson flats, and which was kind of an area of interrogation that was initiated in the previous part, but spelt out in more specificity in this part. So what I wanted to understand is obviously these are a very specific set of amendments for a very specific building, and so I wanted to ask the Minister what his rationale was in only prioritising the Gordon Wilson apartments as opposed to other opportunities in Wellington City that meet the same threshold that Gordon Wilson meets. So, for example, my amendment, which was amendment paper 337, I believe, addressed the Army, the General Headquarters building on Taranaki Street in Wellington City, which meets similar thresholds to Gordon Wilson. It was deemed earthquake prone more than a decade ago. It is owned by a public entity, the Ministry of Defence. In this case, it's Victoria University for Gordon Wilson. There is no sign of movement on the General HQ building at all, and it could be used for affordable student accommodation in the same way that Gordon Wilson apartments could be used. So I wanted to understand what makes Gordon Wilson exceptional in comparison to other related buildings in Wellington City, which I know the Minister will be keen to answer. But I just had a couple more questions to ask. If he could dive into why Auckland and Canterbury are exempt from the MDRS, I would be really keen to know, because that kind of goes against the Minister's direction around having a consistent national direction and trying to steer territorial authorities towards being more permissive of more housing, which, you know, we support as well. So not arguing with that, just want to understand the rationale, because the answer that the Minister just gave previously assumed that we all understand why there is that different approach, but I don't, so if you could go into that, that would be helpful. And then the other question I had just on those sections is obviously there are very specific amendments to the Wellington City proposed plan and also the Waterford Otago regional plan, and I just wanted to understand why the Minister chose to single those two projects out and what makes them more significant, but mostly interested in the Gordon Wilson apartments. And if the Minister says that the reason is because he had evidence for Gordon Wilson apartments as opposed to Army HQ, what evidence was that? Because my understanding was that the Minister had evidence as to why the Gordon Wilson apartments should be preserved, not demolished, which I'm not advocating for, but what level of evidence would you need to do a similar thing to buildings in similar situations across Wellington and indeed the country?
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Reasonable questions. In relation to the Gordon Wilson, there's a couple of things. I mean, firstly, the landowner wrote and asked for this. So Victoria University of Wellington are the landowner. They want this desperately. In fact, they've indicated that if we get them delisted and make demolition a permitted activity, they'll move very quickly to put in place new warm student accommodation for Wellington, which is a great thing. We can get the hideous eyesore that is the Gordon Wilson flats off the vista of the Wellington skyline as soon as possible. I think most Wellingtonians will welcome that. And that actually is the second factor, which is that there's extremely strong community support. Not from everybody in Wellington. The Heritage Lobby has come out in force, freely willing to spend money that is not theirs on a building that they claim can be renovated and retrofitted at vast expense, not expense that they're willing to shell out for. It's all free money in their world, but there's plenty of architects and members of the Holier Than Thou Brigade who wish to preserve the Gordon Wilson flats, not willing to spend any of their own money doing it and put the money where their mouth is and say that these things can be done economically or in a sensible way, but so not overwhelmingly supported, but that's Wellington for you. But strong community support and a landowner that wishes us to do this, and also a scenario in which there have been repeated attempts, including by the council, to do this. And so I think that does create the Gordon Wilson flats as a kind of sui generis, in and of themselves, their own thing, basically. It's the easiest way to explain it. And I haven't yet found an example of other buildings that are owned by someone that wishes to have them delisted, has repeatedly tried to have them delisted and failed for a variety of complicated legal reasons, and that enjoys overwhelming community support. Now, it may be that I know the member's got a particular suggestion around some building that she wishes to delist or have easier to delist. That there will be if this amendment, these amendment papers and the bill passes, there will be a process under that will be available to the council in order to delist buildings in Wellington. In fact, the Wellington City Council, to my understanding, is already working on quite a long list of things that they wish to immediately refer into the streamlined planning process for delisting, and that will eventually come to the government. But they're moving really quickly. In fact, they want this bill passed quite quickly so that they can move on those. And if the member's got buildings in Wellington that she thinks that should be delisted, I'd encourage you to talk to her council. I reckon she might know a few people on the council who might be able to help her with that. In relation to Auckland and Christchurch and the MDRS, I mean, these are good issues. The short story of a long story is that Auckland has not advanced its plan changes relevant to the MPSUD and the MDRS for some good reasons. The floods in Auckland, the Anniversary Day floods, those are the good reasons. The bad reasons are they just have not got around to it quickly enough, and that has been frustrating. Canterbury is the same, where they sought repeated extensions. In fact, the last government had to send an observer in to ask them what they were doing and why they were taking so long. And they have been slow, and I publicly said that, so I'm not saying anything to the House that I haven't said publicly. So we've basically come up with two separate solutions. In relation to Auckland, I've already canvassed it. They can withdraw Plan Change 78, but they've got to replace the plan with a new one, but enables just as much capacity as Plan Change 78 does, which is important. So they've got more flexibility around not having to use the MDRS anymore, but they do have to do density around train stations, and they'll have more flexibility around how they create that capacity, and that'll ultimately be a decision for the council and for local communities in Auckland, and I think that's important. In relation to Christchurch, we said to them, you've got to go for 30 years housing growth with a 20% margin to make sure that we do that. The government, I as Minister of RMA Reform, will be the judge of whether or not they have met that housing capacity or not. My understanding is the council is going through a process around that now in advance of the bill passing. And it may be that there are pockets of medium density zoning in Christchurch that they may choose to do greater capacity around public transport nodes, for example. They'll just work their way through that. They've already, Madam Chair, they've already actually done half of the plan change required. That was the thing that happened a couple of months ago, and they sent a whole bunch of decisions up to me, and I had to make decisions per the existing law around those. So it's a little bit of a horses for courses approach in relation to Auckland and Christchurch, representing change in policy, the function of time, and councils, frankly, not getting on with the job and doing what Parliament asked them to do all the way back in 2022. We essentially came to the pragmatic view that councils that had already done the MDRS, like Lower Hutt and Upper Hutt, did it, kind of 2 years ago. It's now the law of the land in those councils. People have made decisions based around it. We could require councils to go back through a complicated ratification process, but then what they'd have to do is, if they did decide to change their approach, then they have to start a whole new plan change process, and that would fly in the face of what we've just voted on in part one, which is the plan stop proposals, in which we don't want councils to go through the time and expense of having to do complicated plan changes, because we've got a whole new RMA regime coming, in a couple of years' time or so. So that would fly in the face of what we've already just agreed on, which I think, reasonable people can have a disagreement about, but I think most people would accept as a pretty reasonable approach. So that kind of explains a little bit of the history.
Helen White.
The Minister will know that my area in Mount Albert is one of the most affected by these particular changes. I actually live in one of the areas which will be a walkable catchment near Morningside, and while I can see the ease with which a street like Morningside Drive will take to higher density, there are areas of the electorate that are particularly concerned and asking questions, and so I'd like to ask some of those questions. One of those is the area of Baldwin Ave, which is a very different station. It's surrounded by bungalows. It's quite a different area. There's no industrial area as there is on Morningside Drive. It's not on a ridge, so it's quite difficult to imagine high buildings, and those buildings under this plan change are going to be 10 plus stories, not 10 stories, but actually that's the sort of minimum of that code as I understand it. So these are questions that have come mainly from that area, and I would actually ask the Minister the first question, which is, would he visit the area? Something that I've been asked by the residents of it. Will he see the impact on that area? Because it has a railway line going through it and a small station, but in order to build that station to the capacity for an area redeveloped in the way that this plan change loosens up things, you'd actually have to pull a lot of houses down around the station, and so it's not as easy a plan. One of the issues with regard to those railway links is the first question that I've got, which is there a plan around those stations, and particularly going across them for cars in a way that is safer? Is there a kind of coordination that's been discussed with the council? And is that when there is the part of the criteria that talks about community facilities, is that what is meant by that? Do they have to have community facilities like AT rail links? What are we going to do with regard to schooling when we have so many more houses in the area if we go up in the way possible? Is one of the questions that's definitely top of mind for people in Mount Albert, because our schools are at capacity. We have 3,500 plus students at Mount Albert Grammar. How are we supposed to cope? And is there any commitment to greater resourcing from central government into schooling? One of the questions that I've got is about flooding, something the Minister's just raised. Those are the areas that in the floods in Auckland, and the anniversary day floods, the area of Sandringham flooded in pockets. Has there been an account taken of the flooding zones in those areas? Because they seem to be just a circle around the particular stations in a walkable area, but some of those areas flooded quite badly. And my understanding was that was if I pop down, can I pop up again? I can see that the Minister would quite like to answer that.
Probably not within time, so perhaps we'll give the Minister. Well,
yes, thank you. I'd love to take another call. I've got a whole lot more questions from the residents.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
I feel like we'll still be going tomorrow afternoon, so we can come back to this. I mean, the member makes good points. I mean, in relation to the flood issue, that's partly why we're doing this bill, to be honest, is to allow Auckland Council to withdraw PC 78 so they can downzone particular areas, and because the current law doesn't allow, only lets them upzone, doesn't let them downzone, so that's partly why we're doing it. Ultimately, flood mapping and exactly where you can and can't build, that's a function for the council, and they've got quite extensive work underway around that as a result of the floods a couple of years ago. So that's partly why we're doing this bill. So I agree with you that that's important. In terms of the heights and density around stations, it enables it. It doesn't make it mandatory. So it's not mandatory to go and build a 20-storey apartment block by a train station. It enables it. So it's not mandatory. And the point I always make to people is that you will see Auckland and other cities they will change over time. This is about helping to enable that change rather than locking the city into a museum, basically, in which it's unable to change because of planning rules. So over time, you're not going to see, Baldwin Street Station, you're not going to see, a 20-storey apartment block going up tomorrow. You're unlikely to see it in 2 years' time. But sure, 5-10 years' time, you may well see new apartment buildings going up around Mount Albert, around Baldwin, and that's exactly what we want. That's partly what the government's trying to create with this change. So, and that's all about making Auckland a much more livable place to live, enabling housing choice and opportunity for people, particularly younger Aucklanders who currently are locked out of the housing market because housing is so expensive in Auckland. And I think most Aucklanders, when I talk to them, say, let's get on with building housing near train stations, particularly near the CRL stations, because we're spending so much money from central government and from an Auckland Council point of view and investing in this game-changing new transformational piece of infrastructure for our bigger city. Let's make it worth it. And it's sort of hard to disagree with that, because that's precisely why we invested in CRL. It's not just a transport project, it's actually an urban development project, first and foremost. And that's why it's an important project. But anyway, I look forward to further conversations tomorrow afternoon.
Members, the time has come for me to report progress.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the resource management, consenting and other system changes amendment bill and reports that it has made progress on the bill. The committee has also further considered the local government water services bill and reports that it has made no progress on the bill. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Resource Management, Consenting and Other System Changes Amendment Bill and the Local Government Water Services Bill are set down for further consideration in committee next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. tomorrow.